What would you do if your world was about to end? As storm clouds gathered in the distance, casting an ominous shadow over the land, an eerie silence fell. People went about their lives, oblivious to the gathering storm of reckoning. But one man, a voice crying out in the wilderness, sensed the impending doom that loomed like a dark specter over humanity. Noah stood alone, burdened by a prophecy that would shatter his reality and reshape the very fabric of existence. The air crackled with tension as he stared at the heavens, where raindrops would soon transform into torrents, and life as he knew it would be washed away. The earth had been tainted by greed and corruption, and the Creator had grown weary of the chaos. Whispers of destruction danced on the wind, swirling around Noah like a dark prophecy waiting to unfold. Each breath he took felt heavy with the weight of a decision, the call to build an ark, a monumental vessel that would carry the essence of life through an unrelenting deluge. He could hear the mocking laughter of neighbors, the disbelief etched on their faces as they passed by the massive structure taking shape in his yard. Wooden beams rising like a fortress against the encroaching storm. They were blind to the signs, deaf to the warnings, and Noah was left standing at the precipice of fate. Doubt gnawed at his insides, but he pressed on. The looming threat was not just the flood. It was the uncertainty of faith in a world that had lost its way. As the first drops began to fall, each one a portent of despair, Noah gathered his family, pulling them close against the tempest. The animals arrived, 2 by 2, drawn by an ancient call, instinctively aware of the sanctuary that awaited them. The air thickened with anticipation as the ark transformed into a sanctuary, a cradle for hope amidst despair. Would they all fit? Would they survive? Each question echoed louder than the last, clamoring for answers that seemed forever out of reach. With the heavens now unleashing their fury, Noah felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The wooden walls of the ark groaned under the weight of the storm, and the ocean surged like a beast awakened. He was no longer just a man. He was a vessel of destiny, holding within his heart the flickering flame of a world worth saving. Would his faith shield them from the oncoming terror, or would it drown beneath the waves of disbelief? The pounding rain became a symphony of chaos, drowning out all reason. Families were torn apart, lives swept away, while inside the ark, a fragile hope flickered amid the darkness. Time stretched, moments turned into eternity, and the storm raged on, fierce and unrelenting. The stakes were higher than ever. Would Noah's resolve hold firm against the crushing tide of despair? Would the precious cargo of life endure as the world outside descended into madness? In that moment, everything was at risk. The future of humanity, the survival of creation itself, balanced precariously on the edge of a storm. The earth was breathing, and history was about to be rewritten. The sky was painted with a furious palette of dark clouds, a tempest brewing that seemed to mirror the chaos below. As the winds howled like banshees, the ancient Mesopotamian city of Uruk stood defiantly, its mud brick walls a testament to human resilience. Yet even the most formidable structures trembled before the might of the divine. The ground quaked with the tremors of a world out of balance, and the townsfolk felt it in their bones. Something catastrophic was on the horizon. In the heart of this civilization, the people whispered tales of the Great Flood, a story passed down through generations, each telling more embellished than the last. It was a tale that transcended time and culture, a haunting echo of despair and hope. In the shadows of ziggurats, children listened wide-eyed as their fathers spoke of the gods' wrath, of a time when the heavens unleashed a deluge that swallowed entire cities whole. The air tasted of salt, not from the sea but from the tears of those who had lost everything. In Egypt, where the Nile was both a giver and a taker, life flourished alongside its banks. Yet the priests often foretold of a cataclysmic flood, a divine punishment for humanity's hubris. They crafted myths of gods like Osiris and Nun, who wept for the souls lost to the rising waters. Under the flickering torchlight of their temples, the priests would chant, their voices rising and falling like the tide. The people, bowing in reverence, could almost feel the cold grip of water around their ankles, a chilling reminder of nature's fury. Meanwhile, far to the east, The Indus Valley civilization thrived in a delicate balance with the rivers that nourished their fields. Yet even in this paradise, the elders shared accounts of a great flood that came without warning. They spoke of a massive boat, built not by mere mortals but by a figure of divine origin. Was it a god? A king? The stories varied, but all agreed on one chilling fact. The flood had come to cleanse the earth, to wipe away the sins of humankind. As the waters rose, families clung to each other, praying to the deities they had worshipped, hoping against hope that they would be saved. Then there were the tales from the Americas, where indigenous tribes spoke of their own devastating floods. The Aztecs, with their pantheon of gods, shared stories of a chaotic world where Tezcatlipoca turned the sky to water, flooding everything in sight. It was said that the survivors became the ancestors of all, chosen to repopulate the earth. In the flickering firelight of their gatherings, the elders recounted how the very mountains had wept, how the rivers had swelled and churned, obliterating everything beloved and familiar. In every civilization, the flood myth took on its own unique twist, but the heart of the narrative remained the same. An overwhelming force of nature, a test of faith, and a desperate hope for survival. People across continents drew parallels to their own lives, their struggles, their joys, and their losses. They saw reflections of themselves in the stories of those who had come before them, in the triumphs of the brave and the despair of the lost. As the legends grew, so did their power. They became anchors in the stormy seas of existence, giving comfort in times of uncertainty. The Mesopotamians carved their stories into clay tablets, preserving the memory of humanity's struggles and triumphs. The Babylonians, with their Epic of Gilgamesh, immortalized the tale of Utnapishtim, the man who survived the catastrophic flood and was granted eternal life. Each character became a symbol of resilience, a beacon of hope in the wake of despair. The legends didn't just stop at survival. They wove complex tapestries of morality and consequences. The gods were angry, and their wrath was reflected in the rising waters, but they were also merciful. In these stories, the flood was not just a disaster. It was a cleansing, a chance for humanity to start anew. The cycle of life and death took on new meaning, illustrating the fragile thread that binds existence together. Across the seas, the peoples of ancient Greece told of Deucalion and Pyrrha, the only survivors of a flood sent by Zeus. As they stood on the precipice of a new world, they were tasked with repopulating the earth, throwing stones behind them that transformed into men and women. Their story echoed through the ages, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, new life could spring forth from the ashes of destruction. In the shadows of these grand narratives, the individual stories of loss, love, and survival thrived. The mothers who clutched their children tightly as the waters rose, the fathers who built makeshift rafts in a desperate bid to save their families, the elders who wept for those they lost. Each moment was a heartbeat in the relentless rhythm of life. The mythological floods became a crucible, shaping societies, cultures, and souls. As dusk fell and the wind subsided, the stories began to weave together, blurring the lines between myth and history. Each civilization, with its unique thread, contributed to a grand tapestry of existence, a shared narrative that transcended time and space. The flood myths were not just tales of water. They were mirrors reflecting the very essence of humanity, our fears, our hopes, and our unyielding spirit. And as the skies darkened, a new storm brewed on the horizon. The people of every civilization felt it in their bones. The waters were rising again. The stories, once mere whispers, began to roar like the winds that heralded the inevitable. It seemed that the flood was not just a tale of the past but a prophecy of what was yet to come. In the flickering shadows of ancient Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates wove life into the very fabric of the earth, a tale began to unfurl. It was not just any tale, a story that echoed through time, whispering the fears, dreams, and ambitions of humanity. From mud-brick cities that rose like giants against the sky, the Sumerian influence pulsated, vibrant and alive, through the verses of the Epic of Gilgamesh. At the center stood Gilgamesh, a king of Uruk, 2/3 divine and 1/3 human. His presence was magnetic. He walked among his people like a force of nature, a blend of fierce strength and raw vulnerability. The walls of his city were built to touch the heavens, yet within them, a lonely longing gnawed at his heart. Gilgamesh yearned not only for glory but for a connection that transcended the limits of mortality. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Gilgamesh stood on the massive walls that surrounded his city. Below him, the people looked up, their faces a mixture of reverence and fear. To them, he was a godlike figure, yet they sensed the emptiness that echoed within him. What is an eternal king without true friendship? He pondered, a question that swirled around him like a restless wind. Just then, the gods, observing from their celestial abode, decided to intervene. They crafted Enkidu, a wild man who roamed the steppe, a creation of nature meant to teach Gilgamesh humility and companionship. The moment they met, the air crackled with tension. Enkidu, with his tangled hair and heart full of wildness, was a mirror reflecting the king's own untamed spirit. Their bond formed like lightning, intense, immediate, and life-altering. Witnessing their camaraderie was like watching a fierce storm approach, thrilling and terrifying. They embarked on adventures that would echo through the centuries, slaying the monstrous Humbaba in the cedar forest, a quest that resonated with the thrill of daring and the fear of the unknown. Together, they carved their names into the tapestry of history, their laughter mingling with the songs of the stars. But beneath the surface of their triumphs lay an ever-looming shadow, death. Enkidu's laughter faded like whispers carried away by the wind when, as fate would have it, the gods decided to punish him for the duo's defiance. It was a cruel twist as sharp as a dagger. Enkidu fell ill, and Gilgamesh watched, helpless and shattered, as his beloved friend slipped away. The pain pierced through the very essence of Gilgamesh. Standing over Enkidu's lifeless body, the king's heart broke, shattering into 1,000 pieces. He wept openly, a sound so raw it seemed to echo through the ages, a testament to love and loss. Must I, too, face the same fate? He cried to the heavens, feeling the weight of eternity pressing down upon him. This moment, steeped in sorrow, gave rise to a quest that would take him far beyond the realms of mortals. Driven by fear and grief, Gilgamesh set forth to discover the secret of eternal life. His journey took him across the vast expanse of the known world, through treacherous mountains and dark forests. He encountered beings both wondrous and terrifying, scorpion beings guarding the mountain pass, and Siduri, the wise tavern keeper, who spoke of the joys of life. "You seek what cannot be found," she warned, her voice a soothing balm amidst his turmoil. Yet he pressed on, blinded by his desperation. With each step, he grappled with the weight of his own existence. The stories of the past entwined with the present, blurring the lines of legend and reality. The Sumerians had inscribed these tales onto clay tablets, their cuneiform script forever immortalizing the essence of humanity. The struggles, the dreams, the relentless pursuit of understanding. Gilgamesh was a reflection of them all, a man who questioned, who sought, who loved and lost. The journey led Gilgamesh to Utnapishtim, the immortal sage who survived the Great Flood, a tale that echoed the fears of destruction and rebirth. With every word Utnapishtim spoke, Gilgamesh felt the weight of the world unspooling from his heart. The sage's revelations were haunting, threading through the fabric of life and death, as rich and complex as the rivers that nourished the land. "To live is to accept the inevitability of death," he said, words that cut deep into Gilgamesh's soul. Yet the king struggled to accept this truth. His heart, still heavy with grief, resisted the idea that he could find peace in the face of mortality. The Sumerians knew this struggle well. Their tales were a mirror reflecting the human condition, the dance between despair and hope, fear and acceptance. It was more than just a story. It was a dialogue that crossed the boundaries of time, of cultures. As Gilgamesh returned to Uruk, his heart no longer carried the burden of despair, but was filled with a new understanding. The walls he had built to protect his city stood tall, a testament to his legacy. He may never escape death, but he could embrace life. With every brick, every story inscribed in cuneiform, He learned to find meaning in the connections he forged, the friendships he cherished, the love he expressed. In the dim light of a setting sun, Gilgamesh, now wiser, looked out over his city. The laughter of children danced in the air, the vibrant colors of life swirling around him. And while the specter of death still loomed, it no longer felt like a shadow. It was a part of the tapestry of existence, a reminder to cherish every fleeting moment. The echoes of the past, the wisdom of the Sumerians, lived on in his heart and would be carried forth by those who followed. The thread of humanity, woven through tales of courage, love, and loss, would continue to connect generations, binding them in a shared experience that transcended time. The heart of the story beat on, an eternal dance of life and death, forever captivating, forever incomplete. Rain fell in relentless sheets, each drop a tiny hammer striking the earth. Dark clouds rolled across the sky, heavy with foreboding. A man stood alone in a field, the wind tugging at his clothes, whispering secrets of a world that would soon change forever. Noah felt the weight of the universe on his shoulders as he looked at the horizon, where the sun had long been obscured by the gathering storm. This was no ordinary rain. This was the beginning of something monumental, something that would echo through the ages. Noah was not just a man. He was a vessel of hope in a time when corruption and wickedness had seeped into the very bones of humanity. With every breath he took, he could feel the prayers of the righteous around him, their desperate cries for salvation. They had all heard the whispers, the warnings that had come to him like soft breezes carrying the scent of impending doom. Yet, standing there, he was torn between doubt and determination. Was he truly the one chosen to save the world? The command had come to him in a vision, clear as daylight amidst the encroaching darkness. Build an ark, the voice had said, a great vessel of wood, and gather 2 of every kind of animal. The task seemed impossible, yet deep in his heart, Noah felt the flicker of a flame, a spark ignited by faith. He thought of his family, his wife, his 3 sons, and their wives. How could he let them down? Each face flashed before him, filled with love and trust. They would embark on this perilous journey together. But first, there was work to be done. In the weeks that followed, Noah gathered the finest wood he could find. Cypress and gopher wood became his companions, each beam a testament to his resolve. The sounds of axes striking against the timber, the grating of wood against wood, echoed like a heartbeat in the stillness. Neighbors watched, their laughter ringing out, mocking him. They could not fathom the gravity of his mission. A flood? They scoffed. What foolishness! But Noah refused to let their jeers penetrate his spirit. He toiled day after day, his hands blistered, his muscles aching, but each splinter and dent in the wood mirrored his own struggle, his own sacrifice. As he worked, visions of the future danced in his mind. He imagined the animals marching 2 by 2, a grand parade of creation, all seeking refuge from the storm. The thought sent shivers down his spine, mingling with the adrenaline of the task ahead. As the ark began to take shape, so did the clouds over his life. The animals arrived one by one. First the gentle doves, their coos a melody of hope, then the fierce lions, their roars a reminder of the wildness that still existed in the world. Each creature seemed to know its place, as if guided by invisible hands. It was a spectacle of harmony, even amidst the chaos surrounding them. Each day, the ark grew larger, a sanctuary emerging against the backdrop of a world steeped in disbelief. But the storm was not just in the skies. It brewed within him. Doubt seeped into Noah's heart like a relentless rain. What if he was wrong? What if the flood never came? And yet, in the darkest moments of uncertainty, visions of his wife's reassuring smile and the laughter of his children reminded him of what he was fighting for. They were the anchor to his ship amid the rising tide of despair. As the day of reckoning approached, the air crackled with tension, and the atmosphere grew thick with anticipation. People from the nearby villages gathered to watch the spectacle. Some came to gawk, others to sneer, but a few stood in awe, caught in the web of wonder. Noah, with his beard glistening from the sweat of his labor, raised his eyes to the heavens and for a fleeting moment, he felt the warmth of divine presence wash over him. As preparations reached their climax, the first droplets of rain began to fall. They were timid at first, splattering against the soil like hesitant whispers, but slowly they transformed into a deluge that painted the world in a watery haze. The laughter of the onlookers turned to gasps of disbelief. The skies darkened, and an eerie quiet settled over the land, broken only by the increasing intensity of the rain. Noah's heart raced as he ushered his family into the ark. They clung to each other, faces pale but resolute. The animals followed, their instinct guiding them into the shelter. As the final door closed, a heavy silence enveloped them. They were sealed away from the world that had mocked their efforts, now at the mercy of the storm. The first cracks of thunder roared like a beast awakened from slumber, shaking the very foundation of the earth. Rain poured down in torrents, and the water began to rise, swallowing the land whole. Trees toppled, homes crumbled, and lives were swept away in the chaos. Noah's heart sank with each rumble of thunder and each flash of lightning that illuminated the darkness. But within the ark, there was a profound stillness. The animals, once wild and restless, had settled into a shared calm. The storm outside was fierce, but inside the ark, there was a sense of purpose, a collective understanding that they were in this together. Noah held his family close, their breaths mingling with the sounds of the rain pelting against the wooden hull, a symphony of survival in the face of calamity. Hours turned into days, the storm raging on like a relentless fury. Inside the cramped quarters, emotions surged and tensions rose. Fear mingled with hope, and the air thickened with the weight of uncertainty. Noah, a leader by fate, found himself battling not just the elements outside but the tempest within, as he reassured his family that they were meant for this moment, chosen to carry the legacy of life itself. With each passing day, the world outside transformed into a giant ocean, a vast expanse of swirling water where nothing remained of civilization as they knew it. The cries of the world faded, replaced by the relentless rhythm of the rain. And as the flood surged, a new reality was being born, one that would forever alter the course of humanity's history. The heavens churned with dark clouds, thick and heavy as if the world itself was holding its breath. Lightning flickered across the sky, illuminating the silhouette of a man standing alone on a mountainside. Noah, a figure of quiet strength, faced the storm with a resolute heart. His hands, weathered by years of labor, gripped the rough wood of a hammer, and his eyes sparkled with unwavering faith. It was a faith that would soon be tested in ways unimaginable. Around him lay the remnants of a world consumed by chaos, a society spiraling into darkness. People laughed and mocked him, their voices riding the winds like the whispers of ghosts. They called him foolish, a deluded man chasing shadows, yet Noah remained steadfast. The air was thick with skepticism, and yet he worked tirelessly, day after day, hammering planks together to create the great ark. Each swing of the hammer echoed a silent promise, a promise of righteousness, of obedience to a calling that coursed through his very veins. Noah had been chosen, not because he was perfect, but because he was committed to living in a way that honored the Creator. He was an ordinary man, but his heart beat with extraordinary courage. Though he stood alone against the tide of disbelief, it was in that solitude that he found strength. While others indulged in wickedness, he chose righteousness. His life was a testament to the belief that one man, guided by conviction, could change the course of history. As he meticulously crafted the ark, memories flooded him. Memories of laughter shared with his family, the warmth of their love a stark contrast to the chilling winds that howled around him now. His wife and 3 sons often helped, their hands stained with sap and sweat. They were a small but fierce team, determined to see this divine task completed. Each nail they hammered and each beam they lifted drew them closer, not just to the completion of the ark, but to each other, binding their hearts in love and purpose. But doubt lingered at the edges of their minds. What if the world was right? What if the storm never came? On some days, the uncertainty threatened to engulf them. Noah felt it, the weight of disbelief pressing down like a heavy shroud. Yet, Every time the clouds gathered and thunder rumbled in the distance, a spark ignited within him. He remembered the promise made to him by God, the words that rang clear and true in his heart. "Build the ark, and I will save you." That promise became his anchor. The villagers watched with eyes full of mockery as Noah preached of repentance and impending doom. They feasted, danced, and carried on with their lives, oblivious to the storm brewing not just in the skies but in the very fabric of their existence. The more they jeered, the more resolute Noah became. He poured his heart into the ark, shaping it to be not just a vessel, but a sanctuary for all that was good and innocent. Each plank of wood was a testament to hope, a fragile light amidst the encroaching darkness. The days rolled into months and the months into years. Noah's hair grew grayer, and the lines of worry etched deeper into his face. Yet he refused to falter. He often stood at the edge of the worksite, gazing at the horizon, where the sun dipped below the earth, casting a warm glow over his family. In those quiet moments, he found solace, a reminder of the beauty that still existed in a world gone awry. Then came the day when the animals arrived, 2 by 2, drawn to the ark by an unseen force. The sight was both miraculous and surreal. Giraffes, their necks stretching toward the sky, lumbered alongside lions, powerful and proud. Birds of every hue flitted overhead, their calls intertwining with the wind. Noah stood awestruck, feeling the weight of his mission surge within him. This was not just about saving mankind. This was about preserving life itself. But even in this moment of wonder, he felt the prick of fear. What lay ahead? Would anyone heed his call? Would anyone join him on this perilous voyage? Each animal that entered the ark was a reminder of the stakes at hand. The mocking laughter of the villagers still echoed in his ears, and doubt threatened to creep back in. Yet he pushed it away. He had a task to complete, a promise to uphold. As the last of the creatures made their way into the ark, the heavens opened up. Rain began to pour, at first a gentle patter, then a drumming torrent that reverberated through the air. Noah's heart raced. The moment he had prepared for had arrived. He and his family climbed aboard, the door sealing behind them with a finality that sent a chill down his spine. The world outside faded away, replaced by the warmth of hope and the fierce loyalty of those who stood shoulder to shoulder with him. With the first roar of thunder, the world erupted into chaos. The wrath of the storm unleashed itself, waves crashing and rain drenching the earth. But inside the ark, there was only the sound of hearts beating as one, a symphony of righteousness and obedience. They were safe, cocooned in a promise, yet together they felt the weight of humanity's fate resting on their shoulders. Noah peered out through the small window as torrents of water swallowed the land he once knew. The people who had laughed, the faces he had tried to reach, were now lost in the deluge. The cries of despair floated on the wind, but they were drowned out by the fierce pounding of the storm. Each roar of thunder felt like a reminder of his own journey, a journey of faith that had led him here, to this moment of reckoning. The weight of righteousness bore down on Noah as he watched the world wash away. What would become of them? How long would they remain trapped in this wooden sanctuary? He knew, deep in his bones, that they were not the last bastion of hope. They were the seeds of a new beginning, a flicker of light in an overwhelming darkness. Yet even as he held on to this truth, a sharp pang of sorrow pierced his heart for those left behind, those who had chosen not to believe. Every drop of rain became a reminder of choices made and paths taken. With each passing hour, the wind howled louder, and the water surged higher. But within the ark, the atmosphere was thick with the solemnity of their mission. Righteousness and obedience coursed through Noah's veins like a lifeline. The storm raged on, but so did the rhythm of their hearts, a steady beat against the chaos outside. And as the world fell away beneath the relentless surge of the waters, there was still one question that remained unanswered, lingering like the storm clouds above. Would they emerge from this trial stronger, or would they too be swept away by the tide of despair? The skies darkened, and an unsettling hush settled over the land. It was not just the sudden stillness of the air that sent chills down spines. It was the heavy, looming sense of something monumental about to happen. In homes, people paused in their daily routines. Mothers stopped washing clothes, children halted their games, and farmers left their fields, all feeling an inexplicable tension in the atmosphere. It was as if the very earth itself was holding its breath, waiting for a word that could alter everything. Noah stood alone in the quiet of his workshop, surrounded by the scent of fresh wood and the sound of distant birds. Yet inside him, turmoil brewed. For years, he had watched humanity spiral into chaos and corruption, each act of violence and betrayal weighing heavily on his heart. His soul cried out for justice, for the world to return to a time of peace. And then, in the midst of his despair, God spoke to him, a voice clear as thunder yet tender as a whisper. I will wipe from the face of the earth the human race I have created, for they have filled the earth with violence. Those words echoed in Noah's mind, shattering his reality. The divine warning was both terrifying and solemn, a decree that sent shivers down his spine. As the command sank in, Noah felt his heart race. He looked out at the world, a realm he loved yet felt powerless to change. He saw laughter turn to malice, kindness replaced with greed. The very essence of humanity had crumbled, and amidst it all, God had chosen him, a simple man of faith, to carry the weight of a monumental task. Noah's hands trembled as he set to work, driven by an urgent need to obey, yet burdened by the enormity of what lay ahead. The ark, a massive vessel that would safeguard life, began to take shape under his skilled hands. Each timber he laid was infused with hope and dread, a promise of salvation amidst impending doom. News of Noah's endeavor spread through the villages like wildfire. At first, whispers filled the air, curious glances exchanged among neighbors. They mocked him, their laughter ringing harshly against the serene backdrop of the world he was trying to save. He's lost his mind, they said. Building a boat in the middle of dry land? A flood? What folly! The scorn of the crowd fell heavily upon Noah, yet he pressed on, undeterred. He felt the eyes of the heavens upon him, a silent affirmation that he was on the right path. Each swing of his hammer resonated with purpose, a rhythm that mirrored the beats of his heart. Days turned to weeks and weeks into months. The ark grew larger, a testament to Noah's unwavering faith. Yet with each passing day, the weight of God's warning loomed closer. The sky darkened further, the winds howled with an unnatural intensity, and the earth beneath began to tremble as if aware of the impending fate. Animals, sensing the shift in nature, wandered closer to Noah's dwelling, bewildered and nervous. They seemed to understand the severity of the warning, their instinct driving them toward safety. Did they know something humans had forgotten? In the shadows of the workshop, the gnawing fear of the unknown tugged at Noah's heart. What would become of his family? Would they believe him? With each nail he hammered, he envisioned his wife, his sons, and their wives standing beside him, but doubt gnawed at his resolve. Would they see the truth in his words? Would they heed the divine warning? The serenity he once felt transformed into a storm of anxiety. Then one fateful day, a crack of thunder split the silence, echoing across the hills. The vibrations pierced through the very fabric of reality. Noah looked up, heart racing, as dark clouds gathered, swirling ominously overhead. The air crackled with energy, a divine force shifting the world into a new chapter. Rain began to fall, not the gentle patter of a summer shower, but a fierce downpour that screamed as it fell, relentless and unforgiving. It was the first sign of the storm, the beginning of the end. People rushed outside, confusion painting their faces. The laughter that once echoed through the streets turned to screams of panic. "What is happening?" they cried, as torrents of rain cascaded from the heavens. And still, amidst the chaos, Noah continued his labor, driven by an unseen force, his hands moving without hesitation. The ark was almost complete, a sanctuary built of faith and divine warning. As the waters rose, greed and violence boiled over in the hearts of men. Families turned against each other, desperate and afraid. Those who had mocked Noah now clamored for safety, but it was too late. The flood was upon them, a rush of water swallowing the land whole. Panic-stricken faces turned toward the ark, but the door had been sealed shut by a divine hand. The weight of humanity's choices crashed down, and it was clear no one could escape the consequences of their actions. The rain fell harder, drowning the laughter that once filled the air. The world was becoming unrecognizable, transformed into a sea of chaos. Noah's heart ached as he thought of those who had turned away, those who had scoffed at the thought of a flood. Yet, within the walls of the ark, hope flickered like a candle in the night. Inside, life thrived. The animals gathered, a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds, each creature a testament to the beauty of creation. Noah stood at the threshold of the ark, watching the storm rage outside. His heart was heavy, but he felt a sense of peace wash over him. He was a witness to a divine plan, a harbinger of change, and the weight of his responsibility grew lighter. The flood would cleanse the earth, a fresh start for creation. And perhaps, just perhaps, through this act of divine wrath, a spark of hope might emerge from the darkness, a chance for humanity to rise anew. As the waters continued to swell, the echoes of the world outside faded into a haunting silence. The rain beat against the ark, a steady rhythm that reminded Noah of the urgency of God's warning. In that moment, he realized that this was not just an end, but a beginning, a divine promise that life would triumph once more, even amidst the chaos. Time itself seemed to stretch as he faced the storm, waiting for the moment when the world outside would be changed forever. The moment Noah stood at the foot of the colossal ark, a feeling washed over him, a mix of awe and dread. This wasn't merely a wooden vessel. It was a sanctuary, built for a world teetering on the brink of calamity. The sun carved warm lines on the horizon, illuminating the massive timbers that loomed like ancient giants. Each piece of wood, gnarled and weathered, whispered stories of storms weathered and trials endured. The ark measured an astounding 300 cubits in length, which translates to nearly 450 feet. Its width spanned 50 cubits, or about 75 feet, with a towering height of 30 cubits, roughly 45 feet tall. This wasn't just a boat. It was a fortress against the impending deluge. The sheer scale was enough to make the heart race, as it beckoned those who gazed upon it to consider the magnitude of its purpose. Noah, with his calloused hands and furrowed brow, had dedicated years of his life to this monumental task. The specifications dictated every detail. 3 decks rising majestically, with enough space to house 2 of every creature, from the smallest sparrow to the largest elephant. He envisioned the cramped quarters, the sounds of snorts and squawks, the rustle of feathers brushing against the coarse wood. Each stall was carefully crafted to accommodate the needs of the animals, a mix of instinct and compassion guiding his hands. As he looked up at the ark's steep roof, which sloped to allow rainwater to cascade off its sides, he felt a swell of both pride and despair. This design wasn't just practical. It was a lifeline. The pitch on the outside, a thick layer of tar, was meant to seal the ark from the wrath of the waters, a protective coating against the chaos that lay ahead. Noah imagined the torrents raging outside, unleashing their fury. Yet within these walls, life would continue, the echoes of hope amidst despair. The doors of the ark were another marvel, crafted from cypress wood, wide enough to allow the largest of animals to enter without hesitation. Noah's heart ached at the thought of them, creatures both majestic and humble, seeking refuge from the storm. The doors, standing tall and inviting, symbolized a threshold between safety and the unknown. It was here that the drama of life and death would unfold, where the cries of the frightened and the joyful would intertwine. Dimensions mattered immensely, not just for the physical structure but for the lives it would protect. The ark had to withstand both the weight of the heavens and the earth, a daunting task that required ingenuity and faith. Noah recalled the countless nights spent under a blanket of stars, worrying over how to ensure that this floating sanctuary could endure the violent storms. Each plank hammered into place was a promise, an unyielding commitment to save what could be saved. Inside, the decks were layered in a way that maximized space yet allowed for a flow of air and light. Windows, set near the top, beckoned the sun's rays while keeping out the floodwaters. Light filtered through the small openings, illuminating the faces of the animals. The flickers of their eyes filled with confusion and trust. Noah often imagined their thoughts, how they must have sensed the urgency in the air, that something monumental was about to unfold. The ark did not merely carry animals. It bore the weight of hope itself. Each dimension planned with meticulous care not only spoke to the structure but seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of a world on the brink. It was a design that echoed the divine command to preserve life, a heavy responsibility resting firmly on Noah's shoulders. As the days turned to weeks, the sound of hammering became a lullaby, a rhythm of persistence against the backdrop of a world that laughed at his endeavor. Neighbors scoffed, their voices rising like the clouds gathering on the horizon. Yet Noah persisted, fueled by a divine fire and a vision of something greater than himself. The ark stood firm, its dimensions a bulwark against the rising tide of doubt. Finally, as the animals began to arrive, the enormity of the ark's purpose became painfully clear. Each creature that stepped onto the ramp was a testament to life's tenacity. The gregarious parakeets flitted above him, while the solemn gaze of the great rhinoceros weighed heavily on his heart. The ark was more than a structure. It was a promise of survival, a testament to the resilience of creation. The final touches were added with care, each detail reflecting the love and fear held within Noah's heart. The deck meant for the larger animals echoed with the thud of hooves and the rustle of fur. Each space felt alive, pulsating with anticipation, while the weight of the water above threatened to drown out the whispers of hope below. Everything had come to this moment, the dimensions of wood, the heart of a man, the cries of the creatures. Each nail driven home resonated with the urgency of the storm. The sky darkened, heavy with clouds pregnant with rain. Noah stood among the chaos, feeling the earth tremble beneath him. The ark was ready, but so was the world for its reckoning. And as the first drops began to fall, soft at first, then torrential, Noah knew that every inch of the ark had been designed for this very moment. It was more than just a vessel. It was a promise kept in wood and faith, ready to face the flood that would change everything forever. The sound of the rain grew louder, drowning out everything else. A symphony of chaos that merged with the heartbeat of a builder, a protector, a man whose life had been defined by these dimensions. Dimensions that now stood as a beacon of hope against the coming storm. A hush fell over the ancient landscape as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced upon the earth. It was a moment heavy with expectation, a gathering like no other. The air crackled with unspoken energy, as if the very ground sensed the monumental event about to unfold. Animals of all kinds, majestic and humble, began to arrive, each creature carrying its own story, its own thread in the tapestry of life. The towering elk, with antlers branching like the arms of ancient trees, stepped forward first. There was a regal grace in its movement, a commanding presence that demanded respect. It was a symbol of strength, representing the wild spirit of the forest. The elk's deep, soulful eyes flickered with wisdom. Those who looked into them felt a tug at their hearts, a whisper of the untamed. Next came the proud lion, its golden mane glinting like the sun itself. The lion walked with confidence, embodying courage and leadership. As it sauntered closer, the air thickened with the scent of the savanna, a reminder of the fierce beauty of survival. The lion's roar would soon echo through the gathering, a sound that sent shivers down spines, both thrilling and terrifying. Then, from the depths of the ocean, the dolphin leaped onto the shore, glistening with droplets of seawater. With its playful spirit and intelligence, the dolphin symbolized harmony and community. Those who witnessed its arrival couldn't help but smile, their worries momentarily forgotten as laughter bubbled up like the waves. The dolphin was a reminder of joy, an invitation to connect with one another, to remember that life was not just about survival, but also about the bonds formed along the way. The falcon swooped in from above, wings spread wide as it circled the gathering. It was the embodiment of freedom, soaring high above the chaos below. With sharp eyes, it scanned the land, a silent guardian of the skies. Those present felt the weight of its gaze, a reminder to look beyond their immediate surroundings, to see the world from a higher perspective. It was a moment that ignited aspirations, encouraging every soul to strive for greatness. In stark contrast, the gentle deer appeared, soft-footed and shy. Its presence brought a wave of calm, a reminder of the beauty in vulnerability. As the deer stood at the edge of the gathering, its large, doe-like eyes searched the crowd, seeking connection. Many felt a deep sense of empathy for the delicate creature, a representation of innocence in a world often filled with harsh realities. The deer seemed to embody the silent strength of those who choose love over aggression, who find power in gentleness. The gathering intensified as the wise owl arrived, perched silently on a branch, observing all. With feathers as soft as whispers, the owl brought an air of mystery. It was a symbol of knowledge and insight, reminding all present of the importance of reflection and understanding. Those who locked eyes with the owl felt a pull toward introspection, stirring within them the courage to confront their own truths. As the last rays of light faded, the call of the wolf echoed through the gathering, a haunting sound that filled the air with tension. The wolf, a creature of loyalty and instinct, stepped into the circle. Its presence sent a ripple of apprehension through the crowd. The wolf represented the fierce loyalty of pack dynamics, the raw essence of nature's laws. The eyes of the wolf glinted in the dim light, reflecting the untamed spirit of the wild. It was a stark reminder that unity could be both a source of strength and a catalyst for danger. The gathering swelled with energy, each animal symbolizing a part of the greater whole. As they moved closer together, something extraordinary began to happen. The air buzzed with anticipation, a collective heartbeat that resonated through the ground. Each creature stood not just as an individual but as a vital thread in the fabric of life, an intricate weave of strengths and weaknesses, fears and hopes. In that charged atmosphere, the animals began to communicate, not in words but in a language older than time itself. An unspoken understanding passed between them, a recognition of their shared existence. Their differences melted away, revealing the essence of their being. The elk's strength, the lion's courage, the dolphin's joy, the falcon's freedom, the deer's gentleness, the owl's wisdom, and the wolf's loyalty combined to form a symphony of life. It was a powerful reminder that each one had a role to play, that every existence mattered in the grand design. The drums of the earth began to beat, their rhythm echoing the pulse of life itself. The animals, moved by an instinct deeper than words, stepped forward to create a circle, a powerful symbol of unity. As they did, an unseen force seemed to bind them together, drawing forth a collective spirit that transcended individual identities. The ground beneath them thrummed with energy, and the air crackled with a palpable sense of purpose. In that moment, the gathering was no longer just a collection of animals. It transformed into a living, breathing entity, a powerful embodiment of nature's interconnectedness. A wave of emotion swept through the crowd, a mixed tapestry of joy, fear, and hope. The animals felt the weight of their responsibility. They were not merely spectators but active participants in the ongoing story of life. Each heartbeat echoed the ancient rhythms of the earth, reminding them that they were all woven into the same great narrative. A sudden gust of wind swept through the circle, rustling leaves and sending shivers up spines. It felt as if the very spirit of the land was awakening, urging them to act, to harmonize their strengths against the challenges that lay ahead. The animals stood poised, ready to face whatever trials awaited them. And as the night deepened, a new chapter began to unfold, rich with possibilities and untold stories. The gathering was not just a moment in time. It was a prelude to something greater, a call to rise above their individual selves and embrace the collective journey that awaited them. As the stars twinkled overhead, a shared understanding settled in. Their connection was a lifeline, and together, they would navigate the wild and wondrous paths of existence. In the hushed stillness of the early morning, as the first light of dawn crept hesitantly over the horizon, a figure stood alone on the edge of the world. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the distant call of a mourning dove. This was Noah, a man burdened by a weight that was both heavy and divine. His heart raced with an unshakable pulse of fear and resolve, as he stared at the vast expanse of land that would soon be swallowed by water. It was a moment unlike any other, a moment that would echo through the ages. Noah's eyes flickered toward the horizon, where the sun was just beginning to make its entrance, casting a golden hue over the landscape. But it was not the beauty of the dawn that held him captive. It was the promise of the storm that loomed ahead. He had received a command, a divine command that no one else could comprehend. Build an ark, the voice had whispered, and save what you can before the flood comes. For Noah, the call was not just a message. It was a lifeline, a test of faith that would turn his world upside down. His hands trembled as he reached for a tool, a simple hammer that would soon become the instrument of his destiny. Each strike against the wood reverberated through him, echoing his growing anxiety and unwavering faith. Doubt crept into his mind like a shadow, whispering the questions that clawed at his heart. What if it never rains? What if he was wrong? What if he had misheard the voice he trusted so profoundly? Yet, each doubt was met with a fierce determination. The message was clear, and Noah clung to it like a lifebuoy in turbulent seas. The townsfolk watched from a distance, their faces a blend of mockery and disbelief. They had seen Noah, a man who had always been different, someone who talked to the skies as if they could hear him. What madness drives him? They whispered among themselves, their voices laced with scorn. But Noah felt their gaze like a weight on his shoulders. Yet he stood tall, resolute in his mission, unyielding in his faith. As days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, the ark began to take shape, towering above the fields that had once been flourishing with life. Every plank, every beam was a testament to Noah's unwavering trust in the divine command. The rain had yet to fall, but he worked tirelessly, sweat glistening on his brow, the sun beating down mercilessly. Each drop of sweat was a prayer. Each splinter of wood was a promise. With each passing day, the world around him grew more chaotic. The laughter of the townsfolk faded into an ominous silence. Tension thickened the air, and storms brewed not just in the heavens, but in the hearts of those who watched Noah from the sidelines. As he toiled away, building his vessel of salvation, he could feel the weight of their disbelief pressing down on him, almost as if the very ground was conspiring against him. "They will see," he murmured under his breath, the words a mantra against the rising tide of doubt. One fateful evening, the skies darkened, pregnant with the promise of rain. Lightning cracked across the horizon, illuminating the face of the man who believed wholeheartedly in what was to come. Noah paused, hammer in hand, and looked up. The clouds swirled above him, and he could almost hear the voice again, the one that had set him on this path. "Trust," it urged, the word echoing like a heartbeat. His heart surged with a mix of fear and exhilaration. For the first time, he felt the weight of his faith intertwine with the reality of the world around him. The heavens opened, and the rain began to fall. A gentle patter at first, and then a torrential downpour that transformed the land into a chaotic symphony of sound. The townsfolk, who had laughed and jeered, now scrambled for shelter, witnessing the very fulfillment of Noah's warnings. They were overtaken by a stark realization. This was no ordinary storm. As the water began to rise, Noah hurried to complete the final touches on the ark. The world around him transformed into a bleak landscape, the familiar fields now a sea of chaos. His family, loyal and steadfast, stood beside him, their faith mirroring his own. Each of them knew the weight of what they were doing. Their hearts pounded with the urgency of the moment, and they swung into action, gathering the animals, the precious cargo that would ensure life after the storm. In those moments, the ark became not just a vessel but a sanctuary, an oasis of hope amidst despair. Noah felt the warmth of his family's faith wrap around him like a comforting blanket, shielding him from the panic that threatened to engulf him. Together, they worked with purpose and determination, their hands moving in unison as the water surged higher and the chaos of the outside world faded away. But the storm was relentless, and doubt clawed at the edges of Noah's mind once more. As the first waves crashed against the sides of the ark, threatening to swallow everything whole. He sought solace in the memory of that voice, the voice that had guided him through every trial. It was then that he understood. Trust was not merely about believing in the unseen. It was about holding on fiercely when everything else tried to pull you under. And as the floodwaters rose, the ark became a lifeline, tethering Noah and his family to the promise of a new beginning. The echoes of the storm outside, a cacophony of fear and fury, faded into a haunting melody, one that spoke of faith amid chaos. All around them, the world as they knew it was vanishing, but inside the ark, there was a flicker of hope, a steadfast belief that tomorrow would come, no matter how dark the night. Noah's heart swelled as he looked into the eyes of his loved ones, each of them a beacon of faith in the midst of the storm. This was not just survival. This was an act of devotion. With every heartbeat, he vowed to trust, to believe, and to hold fast to the divine command that had set him on this path. The ark rocked and swayed, the relentless downpour drumming on its sturdy frame. But within those walls, they were safe, cradled by their faith against the tide of despair that threatened to consume them. And in that moment, suspended between the chaos outside and the sanctuary within, Noah knew one thing. This was just the beginning. The storm was only the prelude to something greater, a narrative that would echo through generations, a testament to the power of faith and the enduring strength of a man who dared to trust in the divine. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the dusty ground as the townsfolk whispered among themselves. A peculiar excitement buzzed in the air, thick enough to cut with a knife. They had gathered not just for gossip, but for something monumental, a shared purpose that pulsed through their veins like living fire. The great ark was to be built, and every heart carried the weight of that task. Noah stood at the edge of the clearing, his weathered hands resting on his hips, surveying the vast expanse where the ark would rise. He could feel the weight of the world on his shoulders, an unshakable burden, with challenges that loomed like dark clouds gathering for a storm. Yet, in the chaos of emotion, there was a flicker of hope. Moses looked to Aaron, their eyes meeting with unspoken understanding. How often had he looked up at the skies, praying for guidance and strength? The sunlit afternoon was a stark contrast to the storm clouds that loomed in the distance, a foreboding hint of the trials to come. With every heartbeat, he thought of the ark as more than wood and nails. It was a lifeboat for humanity, a sanctuary for life itself. The news of the ark's construction spread through the nearby villages like wildfire. Soon, men and women from every corner arrived, their faces alight with a mix of skepticism and hope. What would it take to build such a monumental vessel? Could they really create something that could withstand the wrath of nature? As they gathered, the air crackled with tension, a blend of fear and determination. Day after day, they toiled under the unrelenting sun, the sounds of axe on timber echoing across the valley. The villagers laughed and joked, their voices rising above the rhythm of labor. Each swing of the axe, each groan of lifting heavy wood, stitched their lives together, forming a bond stronger than any sinew. Yet, beneath the laughter was an undercurrent of doubt. Would this truly be enough? As the frame of the ark began to take shape, the first drops of rain fell from the sky, splattering against the warming earth. The people paused, glancing upwards, their faces a mix of dread and wonder. Was this a sign? Had they chosen unwisely? The rain quickly transformed into a downpour, soaking them to the bone. Noah called for the workers to continue, his voice steady, rooted in belief. "Keep going. We have a mission." He rallied them, igniting a spark of faith within the hearts of those who were beginning to falter. With every plank that was hoisted into place, they pushed back against the dark clouds looming overhead. Together, they sang ancient hymns, voices rising to the heavens, blending hope and fear into a melody that echoed across the hills. It was more than mere labor. It was a communion, an act of faith that bound them together in a way they had never imagined. Children ran alongside their parents, wide-eyed and curious, eager to learn the ways of building. Their laughter pierced the tension, lightening heavy hearts. Families brought food, sharing meals as they worked side by side. Each shared loaf of bread and song reinforced their unity, a reminder that even in the face of catastrophe, they were not alone. Bonds were forged in sweat and laughter, a community forming around the very act of creation. But the challenges were immense. As the structure grew taller, so did the doubts. Whispers of disbelief echoed through the crowd. What is this madness? How can we trust him? They questioned Noah's vision, his conviction that this massive vessel could save them from an impending disaster. The weight of their skepticism seeped into the cracks of their teamwork, creating fissures that threatened to tear them apart. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the landscape in a golden glow, Noah gathered them around. The atmosphere was thick with uncertainty. "I understand your fears," he began, his voice trembling slightly. "But look at what we are building together. This ark is our hope, our future. It is not just for us, but for all living things." His words hung in the air like smoke, and for a moment, silence enveloped the group. Then, slowly, one by one, hands rose in agreement. The fire of belief flickered back to life, igniting the spark of hope that had threatened to be extinguished. Days turned to weeks, and the ark began to dominate the landscape, a behemoth of wood and nails rising against the backdrop of the ever-darkening skies. The villagers' spirits surged as they worked, each plank a promise, each hammer stroke a testament to their collective strength. They carved their stories into its very beams. Every notch and groove told of their struggles and triumphs, their fears and dreams. But then, one fateful night, as the chill of autumn crept in, the winds began to howl. A storm unlike any other rumbled in the distance, dark clouds swirling ominously above. Fear clutched at their hearts. What if it's too late? What if we fail? The questions echoed like thunder in their minds. As the first crack of lightning illuminated the sky, Noah stood on a makeshift platform overlooking the sea of faces, now shadowy and tense. "We must not falter," he cried out, his voice rising above the storm. "We are not just building an ark. We are building our destiny. We will face this together." The wind howled louder, a fierce reminder of nature's power, but that shared conviction, those bonds of labor and community, pushed them forward. With hearts racing, they rallied, rushing to secure the ark, their movements fueled by a shared, desperate hope. The storm raged on, but within the heart of that tempest, a fire burned. Families united, hands clasped, shoulders pressed together, defying the chaos in the world around them. The ark loomed larger, symbolizing not just their survival but the very essence of life. The promise of new beginnings, the strength of community, and the unwavering belief that together, they could weather any storm. And as the winds howled and the rain lashed down, they continued to build, every swing of the hammer a declaration of faith, every piece of wood infused with the spirit of their shared struggle. The night stretched on, but within that storm, they remained steadfast, united by a purpose greater than themselves, a community woven together by the very act of labor. Rain poured from the heavy, leaden sky, drenching the ancient world in an unyielding downpour. It was a time when the air crackled with tension and fear, and the ground trembled beneath the burden of despair. In the midst of it all, a colossal structure loomed on the horizon, an ark of unimaginable proportions, a vessel designed to save the very essence of life. It stood there, a testament to humanity's hope, a beacon in the darkness, filled with the promise of salvation. The ark, a towering wooden giant built by a man named Noah, was not merely a boat. It was a sanctuary, a lifeline to a world drowning in sin and sorrow. As the rain began to batter the earth like the desperate hands of the innocent pleading for mercy, the ark's walls creaked and groaned, whispering tales of the countless souls it would shelter. Each plank of wood bore the weight of history. Each nail driven into the structure echoed with the cries of generations. In those final days before the storm, the air was thick with disbelief. Those who roamed the earth looked upon Noah with scornful eyes. They laughed at the man who dared to build a vessel in the midst of a parched land, convinced that they were untouchable, invincible against the wrath of the heavens. The laughter pierced through the air, but Noah remained undeterred, driven by a vision that burned brighter than the mocking flames of cynicism. He had gathered pairs of every creature, each a living fragment of the world. Into the Arkansas elephants lumbered alongside graceful giraffes, while fierce lions and timid lambs shared the same space, a testament to the unity that could transcend all differences. Each animal brought with it a story, a legacy of survival that needed to continue. The ark was not merely a refuge. It was a vessel of hope, a cradle for life itself. As the first drops fell, a hush descended upon the land. The deniers halted, their laughter turning to confusion, and then to fear. The skies opened in a torrent, washing away the sins of the past and revealing the raw vulnerability of humanity. For Noah, each raindrop was a drumbeat, a reminder of his mission, a call to protect the innocent. His heart raced as he watched the floodwaters rise, a mix of dread and determination coursing through him. Inside the ark, the air was thick with a blend of warm animal scents and the palpable energy of life. Every creature was aware of the storm that raged outside, a storm that signaled the end of a world they had known. It was a confusing and chaotic time, but within those wooden walls, there was also a profound sense of calm. The ark became a sanctuary of peace amidst the chaos. Noah wandered the decks, reassuring the animals, whispering soft words of comfort as the rain pounded relentlessly against the roof. "Hold tight," he murmured to a trembling rabbit. "We'll see the sun again." Each animal seemed to understand the gravity of their situation, their instincts telling them that survival was now a shared endeavor. They settled in, side by side, against the encroaching storm. As the hours turned into days, the ark transformed into a microcosm of life. The sounds of the storm outside were a constant reminder of the world's turmoil, but inside, there was a rhythm, a heartbeat of resilience. The creatures began to adapt to their unusual surroundings. The birds sang melodies that floated through the air like the promises of tomorrow, and the elephants trumpeted their triumph over fear. Each sound was a note in a symphony of survival, a reminder that they were not alone in this fight against the deluge. Outside, the world was being erased. Mountains vanished beneath the waves, and the cries of the lost faded into the roiling waters. The ark rocked gently on the surface, a fragile vessel amidst the chaos, but with each passing day, it proved itself to be a fortress, a testament to the indomitable spirit of life. Noah stood at the helm, eyes fixed on the horizon, where a faint glimmer of hope seemed to nudge against the clouds. He felt the weight of every soul aboard the ark, each one a flicker of light in an otherwise darkened world. It was a burden he bore with pride, a mantle of responsibility that he would never relinquish. In that moment of quiet, he promised each creature that they would find land again, that their existence would not be in vain. The storm raged on for what felt like an eternity. Days turned into weeks, and the world outside continued to dissolve into a watery grave. Yet, inside the ark, the spirit of life was unyielding. Day by day, Noah tended to the needs of his passengers, forging bonds with the creatures under his care. He learned their rhythms, their quirks, and even their fears. In the dim light of the ark, he found companionship among the beasts. They became his allies in this monumental struggle to survive. Then, one fateful day, as the storm began to wane, a hush fell over the ark. The rain that had once drummed on the roof softened to a gentle patter, almost like a lullaby. Noah climbed to the highest point of the ark and peered through a small opening. The waters had receded, and in the distance, he saw the shape of land emerging like a long-lost friend. Hope surged within him, a tidal wave that washed away the remnants of despair. The ark had served its purpose, a vessel of salvation against the storm that threatened to consume everything. And yet, as the land came closer, a new chapter awaited them, a world that would rise from the ashes of destruction. The journey was far from over. It was only just beginning. The promise of new life hung in the air, ready to intertwine with the stories that had been carried within the ark's sturdy walls. Noah's heart raced with anticipation. The love he held for every creature pulsed through his veins. With a deep breath, he prepared to open the doors of the ark, ready to step into a world reborn, ready to embrace the future with open arms. This was not just the end of a storm. It was the dawn of new beginnings, a chance to rewrite the narrative of life itself. As hope lingered on the horizon, the Ark stood as a symbol of resilience, a reminder that even in the darkest of storms, salvation was possible. In the relentless downpour, the air was thick with the scent of earth, mingling with the anxiety swirling through the hearts of those gathered. As the clouds darkened and the winds howled like a chorus of anguished spirits, Noah stood before the looming ark, his ark. This was not merely a vessel. It was a symbol of survival, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos that threatened to engulf the world. But close by, surrounded by the flickering torches casting shadows on their anxious faces, stood his family, each member with a role to play, each heartbeat a testament to their shared destiny. Noah's wife, Naamah, was the silent strength behind him, her hands weathered from years of labor, yet gentle enough to comfort their children in times of fear. As she gathered the last of their belongings, her heart swelled with pride and dread. She knew the weight of history was pressing upon them. Each piece they packed told a story, a fragment of the world they were leaving behind. The laughter of their children, the warmth of their home, all of it crammed into the hollow space of the ark, leaving an echo of sorrow that would follow them into the unknown. Their eldest son, Shem, was already a man, tall and strong, often taking on the burden of leadership among his siblings. He stood resolute, eyes scanning the horizon, watching the last flickers of daylight vanish as the storm approached. "We have to trust in Father," he reminded his brothers, Ham and Japheth, who were engaged in a hushed debate about their future. "If this truly is God's will, we must obey." His voice was steady, but beneath it lay an undercurrent of uncertainty that gnawed at him. What if they were wrong? What if this was all for nothing? Ham, the middle son, was a whirlwind of emotions. His youthful bravado hid a growing fear that clawed at his insides, like the dark waves threatening to swallow them whole. "What if the world outside is gone forever?" he questioned, his voice rising with panic. "What if we're the last of our kind?" Each word was laden with desperation, as he wrestled with the enormity of their task. He was torn between blind faith and the gut-wrenching reality that lay ahead. Japheth, the youngest, watched his brothers with wide eyes, absorbing their tension like a sponge. He was a dreamer, often lost in visions of a world reborn, flourishing under a new sky. "Maybe this is a chance for us to start fresh," he whispered, though the tremor in his voice betrayed his own fear. In his heart, he yearned for adventure, but the gravity of what they faced was suffocating. As he looked up at the ark, the towering structure seemed to loom larger, a fortress against the storm but also a prison of responsibility. As the raindrops began to fall, heavy and relentless, Noah gathered his family around him. His calloused hands, shaped by years of toil, found their way to each of their shoulders. "This is our mission, our duty," he said, his voice firm yet trembling with emotion. "We are not just saving ourselves. We are preserving life, the very essence of creation." Tears glistened in his eyes as he spoke, the weight of generations resting on his weary shoulders. Each word was a thread weaving them closer together, binding their destinies in a tapestry of faith and courage. But as they prepared to board, doubt crept in. The sound of the storm grew louder, a symphony of nature's fury. The clouds rolled in like a dark curtain, blocking out the last rays of hope. The family exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing. Would they make it? Would they emerge from this darkness unscathed? Or would they vanish like whispers in the wind? As they crossed the threshold into the ark, they felt the tremors of the world outside, an echo of what was to come. The air inside was thick with the scent of wood, mingled with anticipation and fear. They looked around, taking in the cramped quarters that would become their sanctuary and their cage. Each crate filled with essentials was a reminder of the life they'd known, but also a harbinger of their new reality. Noah's family was not just a group bound by blood. They were a living testament to conviction and resilience. Shem took charge of organizing the supplies, his mind racing to ensure their survival. He was determined to be a leader, to protect his family at all costs. Ham, with his restless energy, found solace in the animals they had gathered. His spirit lifting as he worked with the creatures, eager to establish his own role in this new world. Japheth, ever the dreamer, sketched plans for how they could cultivate life once the rains ceased, his imagination igniting hope in their hearts. But the storm raged outside, and with each crack of thunder, the reality of their situation sank deeper. Naamah, with her soothing presence, moved among them, offering gentle words and tender touches. Her quiet strength became a balm for their frayed nerves. She whispered prayers, her voice a soft melody amid the chaos, reminding them that they were not alone in this fight. In the heart of the ark, they began to feel the first tremors of the flood. The water surged, and with it came the realization that they were not just fighting for survival. They were fighting for the future. The last remnants of the world they had known slipped away, swallowed by the deluge. In those moments, the family of Noah became more than a lineage. They became the guardians of creation itself, their roles interwoven in a tapestry of faith that would stretch across time. As the waves crashed against the ark's wooden hull, their hearts beat as one, fear and hope entwined, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The flood had begun, but so too had their legacy. With every droplet that fell, they sealed their commitment, not just to survive but to thrive in a world that desperately needed them. The storm, fierce and unyielding, couldn't erase their resolve. It could only forge it stronger. They were a family, anchored by love and purpose, their destinies forever intertwined, ready to confront the challenges that awaited beyond the rain. In a world where the sun rose each day over sprawling fields and lush forests, something sinister lurked beneath its beauty. The air was thick with the scent of blooming flowers, but that sweetness was tainted with another odor, the stench of a society rotting from within. Evil had taken root, twisting hearts and minds, leading them down a path of destruction. People walked the streets of their towns, laughter ringing out, but it was a hollow sound, one that echoed with deceit and malice. Children played, their innocent giggles masking the darkness that wrapped around their parents like a vice. Families gathered around tables, sharing meals, but the bond of trust and love had frayed to a mere thread, easily snapped. In this time, the act of wickedness was not something hidden away in shadows. It was paraded openly, a badge of honor among the corrupt. Men became mighty, not through strength or valor, but through deceit and betrayal. They made pacts with each other, their eyes glinting with greed, promising riches beyond measure for the smallest sacrifices of morality. A whisper here, a deal struck there. These were the currency of their world. While the rulers feasted in their grand halls, the cries of the weak rose to the heavens, begging for justice that would never come. Women, once revered as nurturers, were reduced to mere objects, their dignity stripped away in a society that no longer valued life. The very fabric of humanity was fraying, with each act of cruelty tearing it further apart. And yet, amid the chaos, there was a glimmer of hope. A man named Noah stood apart from the crowd, his heart heavy with the weight of the world's corruption. He wandered the valleys, speaking to anyone who would listen. He warned them that their actions would lead to their downfall, but his voice was drowned out by the raucous laughter of those who reveled in wickedness. Despite the rejection, Noah remained undeterred. He felt the tingle of divine inspiration coursing through him, a calling that ignited his spirit. Even as the skies darkened with the clouds of doom, a light flickered within him, promising a new beginning. But could he hold on to that hope when everywhere around him despair reigned? The nights grew longer, and the whispers of ancient beings began to surface, bringing with them stories of creatures that roamed the earth. They were born of shadows, twisted souls who thrived on the suffering of others. These beings had no compassion. They feasted on the very essence of humanity, encouraging the wickedness that had taken over. As the moon hung high in the sky, its silver beams cast a haunting glow over the landscape. The sky seemed to pulse with a life of its own, and the ground trembled as if it sensed the impending judgment. Noah could feel the tension in the air. It crackled like electricity, a storm brewing on the horizon. Each day, the world fell deeper into chaos, and the cries of the righteous grew fainter, swallowed by the tide of evil. Villagers began to notice strange occurrences. Crops that once flourished withered overnight, and rivers that had been generous with their waters turned dry. The earth itself seemed to mourn, reflecting the pain of the innocent lost in the web of corruption. Animals, once companions to mankind, became restless, sensing the approaching storm that would change everything. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue over the land, Noah stood on a hill overlooking the town. He could see the flickering lights from the homes below, but they felt so distant, like stars in a night sky, separate, unreachable. His heart ached as he thought of the people he loved, but who had turned away from righteousness. The shadows of fate loomed large, and with each passing moment, the clock ticked closer to disaster. In the depths of the nearby forest, a gathering of the wicked had formed. They laughed uproariously, toasting to their own depravity. Their eyes sparkled with a manic delight as they plotted further destruction, believing that power belonged solely to the strongest and most ruthless. They celebrated their own darkness, unaware that they were writing their own epitaphs with every cruel word spoken. As the laughter echoed through the trees, a sorrowful wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it a warning, a whisper of the judgment that would soon befall them all. But the revelers, lost in their ecstasy, paid no heed to the signs, their hearts too hardened to feel the chill of impending doom. The sky began to darken, swirling with ominous clouds that seemed to mirror the turmoil below. Noah, ever vigilant, sensed that this was a moment of reckoning. He could feel the tremors of the earth beneath him, a warning of the great tide that would come to wash away the sins of the world. In his heart, he knew there was still a chance for redemption, a flicker of light that could pierce the encroaching darkness. But would he be able to guide the lost souls home before it was too late? As the first drops of rain began to fall, softly at first, then building to a torrential downpour, the world held its breath. The wicked continued their revelry, oblivious to the storm gathering strength, while the righteous felt a sense of foreboding, a call to arms in defense of their dwindling hope. The stage was set for a cataclysm that would erase the wickedness that had consumed the world. But at what cost? In the growing darkness, Noah's resolve strengthened. He would not let despair take hold. He would fight for the hearts that remained pure. With the rain pouring around him, he stood firm, a beacon against the tide of corruption, ready to face whatever fate awaited him. The storm was just beginning, and as the water surged, it would wash away the evil that had long plagued the earth. And in that cleansing flood, the promise of a new dawn awaited, if only someone was willing to embrace it. The air was thick with silence, wrapping around the ark like a damp shroud. Inside, Noah and his family moved quietly, their hearts heavy with anticipation and dread. It was a waiting game now, the kind that gnawed at the very edges of sanity. Outside, the world remained unsuspecting, unaware that the heavens were poised to unleash a torrent of unimaginable power. Every tick of the clock echoed in the cramped space, a reminder of the 7 days stretching ahead. Noah glanced at his sons, their faces etched with worry and confusion. They were men now, but they had grown up with tales of great floods, of gods punishing the wicked, and of a world washed clean. Yet, standing on the precipice of something so monumental, they were still just boys, grappling with the weight of what was to come. Noah's heart raced. He had heard the whispers of the Almighty, felt the pull of destiny guiding him. But the weight of the command, to build an ark, to save the innocent, to prepare for the deluge, felt heavier with each passing moment. The rain was coming. It was not just rain, it was a reckoning, and every droplet would carry with it the cries of the world, the laughter of the innocent, the screams of the damned. Outside, the skies remained a dull gray, clouds gathering like a dark army preparing for war. But there was no sign of the storm yet. Instead, life continued. The cows grazed, the birds chirped, and the wind whispered through the trees. The world was blissfully ignorant of the chaos brewing above. Noah closed his eyes, envisioning the floodwaters rising, inch by inch. Each image was a stab to his heart, a reminder of the lives that would be lost. As the sun dipped below the horizon on that first day, a chill crept into the air. Noah gathered his family around him, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of a humble lamp. "We must remain steadfast," he urged, his voice steady despite the storm brewing inside him. "This is our purpose. We are the ones chosen to preserve life." His wife, Naamah, squeezed his hand, her eyes filled with a mixture of faith and fear. She had stood by him through countless challenges, but this was different. They were not just preserving their family. They were carrying the weight of humanity on their shoulders. The nights stretched long, filled with hushed prayers and the rustle of animals stirring in their pens. Each dawn brought a new wave of anxiety, a countdown to a fate they could not escape. On the third day, the first drops fell, soft and hesitant at first, like whispers from the heavens. Noah stepped outside, his heart pounding in his chest. He looked up, feeling the cool water kiss his skin, and a shiver ran down his spine. By the fifth day, the drumming of raindrops had morphed into a steady rhythm, each beat a reminder of the impending flood. The animals sensed the change, their instincts kicking in. They huddled together, wide-eyed and restless, as if they understood that something colossal was unfolding just beyond their sight. Noah and his family watched in quiet horror as the clouds darkened, swirling ominously in the sky. The wind began to howl, twisting around the ark like a beast waiting to break free. With each gust, the wooden structure creaked, a sound that reverberated deep within their bones. The anticipation was becoming unbearable. By the sixth day, the rain fell in earnest, soaking the earth and turning the ground into a muddy quagmire. The animals, once tranquil, began to panic. The air was thick with their cries, a cacophony of fear. Noah's heart sank as he realized that soon, those sounds would be drowned out by something far more fearsome. As the seventh day dawned, a heavy stillness enveloped them. The world held its breath, teetering on the edge of calamity. Noah stood at the ark's entrance, staring into the swirling gray beyond. He could feel the weight of fate pressing down on him, a sense of urgency thrumming in his veins. He turned back to his family, their faces pale with apprehension. "Today," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "is the day of reckoning." A chill ran through them, a collective shudder that seemed to echo the very ground beneath their feet. Then, without warning, the skies opened wide, unleashing a torrent of water that slammed into the earth with a ferocity that took their breath away. The first rush of water was like a monstrous wave crashing down, drowning out the cries of the world. Noah felt the ark tremble, a mere vessel in a chaotic sea. Panic erupted inside as the water surged, washing away the familiar landscape. Trees toppled, animals screamed, and the heavens roared with fury. Noah could hardly comprehend the destruction unfolding before him, each moment a reminder of the fragility of life. In that chaos, hope flickered within him, a desperate wish that they would survive this storm. He cast a glance at his family, their faces illuminated by fear and determination. They huddled together, united against the tempest. The promise of salvation hung heavy in the air, intertwined with the dread of what was lost. As the floodwaters rose, Noah felt a swell of emotions. He was a man caught between faith and despair, between the divine mandate and the horrors of reality. It was a moment of profound reckoning, where every heartbeat echoed the silence of the world they were leaving behind. The ark began to sway, rocked by the violent waves. The noise outside grew deafening, a symphony of destruction that threatened to consume them. Noah's heart raced as he clung to hope, feeling the ground beneath them vanish into chaos. The flood had come, and the waiting was finally over. With a final shudder, the ark lifted, breaking free from the earth. It sailed into the unknown, a fragile sanctuary amidst a world torn asunder. The storm roared on, and the waters continued to rise, but the family of Noah held tightly to one another, their hearts entwined in a bond forged by anticipation, fear, and an unwavering belief in survival. As the storm raged, the horizon blurred, and the ark drifted into the relentless embrace of the deluge, leaving behind echoes of a world lost to the waters. The sky had turned a dismal gray, its heaviness pressing down on the village like a blanket of dread. Whispers of unease danced among the townsfolk. Mothers pulled their children close, the weight of worry etched onto their faces, while the men exchanged glances that spoke of unspoken fears. Something was coming, something they could not name but felt deep in the marrow of their bones. The first drops fell, timid at first, like a child testing the waters before plunging in. They were cold and sharp against the skin, each one a tiny herald of the storm to come. A woman named Alara stood on her porch, staring into the thickening clouds. Her heart raced as she recalled the stories of old, of a great flood that had swallowed cities whole, of civilizations lost to the wrath of an angry sky. The tales had always seemed far away, mere shadows of history, but now they felt dangerously close. Lightning cracked in the distance, followed swiftly by a rumble that seemed to shake the earth. The villagers looked up, their breath caught in their throats. The rain began to pour, heavy and relentless, transforming the parched ground into a quagmire almost instantly. Each droplet, once a solitary witness, now joined forces in a chaotic symphony that drowned out the sounds of normalcy, drowning out laughter, conversation, and the everyday hum of life. Alara's thoughts raced. Her husband, Yarrick, had gone to the market that morning, and she could only hope he would return before the storm unleashed its fury. The trees swayed violently, their branches bending as if pleading with the heavens for mercy. The wind howled, a banshee's wail that resonated with the fears of those below. Alara's heart thudded against her ribs, a primal instinct urging her to seek shelter, to huddle in the safety of her home. Yet, she remained, transfixed by the chaos unfolding before her. As the rain fell in torrents, the village's cobblestone streets began to transform into rivers, the water rushing in a violent dance, pulling debris and dirt in its wake. With each passing moment, the ground drank greedily, but it could not keep up with the downpour. The fields that had once been filled with golden wheat now vanished beneath a rising tide, their beauty swallowed by the earth's insatiable thirst. In the distance, the sound of panic began to swell. People shouted, their voices rising above the roar of the storm. Children cried, their innocence shattered by the fear of the unknown. Families gathered their loved ones, running for higher ground, but the floodwaters were quick, seeping into homes and hearts alike. Yarrick returned, breathless and soaked to the bone. The moment he crossed the threshold, Alara could see the worry etched on his face. "We need to leave," he said, urgency lacing his voice. "The river is rising faster than they thought. We have to get to the hills." But even as he spoke, the reality of their situation settled in like a stone in her stomach. The sun was lost behind dark clouds, and it felt as if time itself was slipping away. The water lapped at the door, pushing against it as if eager to fill the void. Outside, the world was a swirling cacophony of terror, and Alara felt her body tense, a visceral response to the unknown peril looming just beyond the threshold. Chaos erupted in the streets as neighbors rushed past, their faces pale and wild with fear. "The bridge is gone," a man cried, his eyes wide with disbelief. "We're trapped." Panic surged through Alara as she clutched Jarrek's hand, the warmth of his grip anchoring her in a sea of uncertainty. The rain continued to pummel the earth mercilessly, and the once familiar landscape transformed into a nightmarish scene. The sound of rushing water grew louder, drowning out the shouts of the villagers, the despair palpable in the air. Alara couldn't help but think of the stories her grandmother had told her by the fire, tales of ancient floods and the world's rebirth through water. But those myths felt like a distant memory now, overshadowed by the raw terror of the present. As they hurried toward the hills, the water surged higher, lapping at their ankles, then their knees. Alara stumbled, nearly falling as she fought against the current. Her heart raced with each step. Yarrick propelled her forward, his eyes scanning for any sign of safety amid the chaos. "Keep moving," he urged, his voice strained with urgency. The village around them was a blur of panic, desperation tattooed on the faces of their neighbors. The familiar streets were swallowed whole, buildings creaking under the weight of the water, as if the very fabric of their lives was unraveling. The weight of collective fear hung thick in the air, and Alara felt it tugging at her heart, a reminder that no one was immune to the wrath of nature. In that moment, time felt suspended, each heartbeat echoing in her ears like a drum of impending doom. She glanced back at the place she had called home, now a mere memory, a ghost of what once was. The rain poured on, an endless cascade that blurred the lines between sky and earth, a relentless force that seemed to mock their struggle. The hills loomed ahead, a beacon of hope against the chaos. Each step felt heavier than the last, the cold water wrapping around her like a shroud. With every surge, the ground beneath her feet grew unstable, threatening to wash away any sense of security. She pushed forward, driven by a primal instinct to survive, to cling to the hope that somewhere, somehow, there was safety in the storm's wake. But the deluge was just beginning, and with it came the realization that this was not merely a battle against water, but a fight against history itself. A tide that had risen and fallen countless times before, and one that would continue long after they were gone. The storm raged on, a furious reminder that even in the face of destruction, life would find a way to rise, to endure, and to transform. The sky roared with a fury that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. Dark clouds churned above, casting a heavy shadow over everything below, while the wind howled like a wounded beast. Each gust brought with it a chilling sense of dread, whispering secrets of the storm to come. Amidst this chaos, a colossal structure loomed, rising defiantly against the tempest. A massive ark, a vessel of hope and survival. Inside, the air was thick with tension. Families clutched their loved ones, eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. Children clung to their parents, their small bodies trembling, not fully grasping the gravity of the moment. The wooden walls creaked ominously, echoing the unease of those trapped within. Each sound seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of history, a reminder of the countless lives that had come before them, all faced with the same relentless question. Would they survive? As rain began to pelt the roof, each drop felt like a drumbeat, heralding the arrival of something powerful, something unstoppable. Outside, the waters began to rise, swallowing the earth whole, erasing the familiar contours of life as they knew it. It was a scene from time's tapestry, threads of human existence woven tightly, now threatened by the very element that had once nurtured them. The first hints of panic spread among the animals. Giraffes craned their long necks, their big eyes filled with confusion. Lions roared in protest against the upheaval of their world, while birds fluttered anxiously, seeking refuge. Amidst the frantic energy, one voice rose above the rest, steady and calm. Noah stood at the helm, his figure silhouetted against the dim light filtering through the wood. He was not just a man, but a beacon of resilience, shoulders squared against the tempest. His heart ached with the weight of his mission, the burden of his faith, all while the chaos outside threatened to drown him in despair. He felt the people's fear, tasted their uncertainty. Yet deep inside, a flicker of hope ignited. He turned his gaze toward the horizon, where the first waves of the great flood crashed against the sides of the ark. "Hold strong," he called out, his voice unwavering. "We will ride this storm together." His words, though simple, were laced with a conviction that wrapped around the hearts of his family and the creatures aboard. They looked up at him, their expressions shifting from despair to determination, finding solace in his unwavering faith. The first wave hit with a force that sent shudders through the ark's wooden frame. It was a sudden jolt, like being thrust into the unknown, and the people inside stumbled, grasping for balance. The animals responded instinctively. Chaos erupted as the roar of the storm drowned out their cries. The tension hung thick in the air, a palpable fear that threatened to consume them all. As the rain continued to lash against the sides, Noah moved through the crowd, offering words of comfort, his presence a steady anchor in a world turned upside down. He reached out to a young boy, trembling in the corner, eyes overflowing with tears. "Look," Noah said softly, pointing toward the window. "Even the storm cannot take away the love we share. Together, we can face anything." The boy nodded, his small hands clutching tightly to the wooden railing, finding strength in Noah's unwavering belief. Outside, the chaos grew more intense. Each wave rose higher, the waters lapping hungrily at the edges of the ark. The world was transforming before their eyes, landscapes disappearing, homes swallowed whole by the relentless tide. It was as if the very earth was crying out, mourning the loss of life and stability. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, revealing the vast, churning sea, an expanse of chaos that threatened to engulf everything in its path. The ark rocked precariously, a ship battling the fiercest of storms. Inside, every creak and groan of the wood felt like a warning, a reminder of the fragility of their existence. The heartbeat of the ark thrummed beneath their feet, an ancient rhythm that echoed the struggles of their ancestors, those who had faced their own storms in generations past. Just when it seemed the darkness would consume them, a flicker of light broke through the clouds. A ray of sunlight pierced the chaos, casting a golden hue over the tumultuous waters. It danced upon the surface, shimmering like a promise of hope amidst despair. Noah saw it and felt a surge of determination. He turned to the people and animals, his voice steady. "This is not the end. We will find our way through this." As if responding to his conviction, the ark surged forward, propelled by a force unseen. The tempest still raged, but now there was a sense of purpose. The waters, once a symbol of despair, transformed into a pathway, leading them toward the unknown. Noah's heart raced, not just from fear but from the thrill of survival, the promise of life beyond the storm. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the storm began to wane. The waves, once monstrous, began to settle, their furious energy dissipating into gentle ripples. Silence fell, broken only by the soft creaking of the ark and the distant call of a seabird. It was a moment suspended in time, a fragile breath, where every soul aboard felt the weight of what they had just endured. Yet, even in this moment of calm, Noah sensed an undercurrent of tension. The world they were about to emerge into was forever changed. Questions loomed over them like the dark clouds that had just passed. What awaited them on the other side of the storm? Would there be land, a new beginning, or merely more chaos? With a heart filled with both dread and hope, Noah stood at the helm, watching as the clouds began to part. The first glimpse of a new dawn broke on the horizon, the sky transforming from gray to vibrant shades of orange and pink. It felt like a promise, a reminder that even amidst chaos, light could emerge. Yet the journey was far from over. The ark still floated, suspended between past and future, reality and possibility. And as they sailed onward, the next chapter of their story awaited, filled with unknown perils and unimagined joys, all waiting just beyond the horizon. The heavy wooden door creaked open, and a rush of stale air escaped, mixing with the pungent scent of sweat and fear. Inside the ark, time felt suspended, as if the world outside had ceased to exist. The vastness of the structure, made to hold the weight of an impending storm, was both a marvel and a prison. For those aboard, every creaking board echoed the uncertainty of their fate. They were a ragtag collection of people, animals, and dreams of survival, bound together in the most extraordinary of circumstances. Noah stood in the middle of the ark, watching the rain begin to pour outside, its patter against the wooden walls a relentless reminder of the deluge above. His heart was heavy with the knowledge that they were in the eye of a storm, sheltering not just themselves but the very essence of life. Each day was a test of endurance, filled with the stench of animal waste and the constant sound of hooves and growls. And yet, amid the chaos, there was an unexpected rhythm, a daily life shaped by necessity and grit. Feeding the animals was no small task. Noah's family rose with the sun, the first rays streaming through the small windows, illuminating the dust motes swirling in the air. The family had choreographed their movements, each person knowing their role. Noah's sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, moved with purpose, carrying buckets of grain and water, their muscles straining under the weight. The sounds of the ark came alive then. Clucking chickens, lowing cattle, and the occasional roar from the lions, reminding them that every creature had its own needs. Each meal was a small victory, a moment of triumph in a sea of uncertainty. But it wasn't just the animals that needed care. The family had to find a way to live together, to share laughter and warmth even when the shadows of despair loomed large. They would gather in the evenings, sharing stories of the world they had left behind, painting pictures of lush landscapes and vibrant communities. Their voices rose and fell like the waves outside, mixing hope with sorrow. "Do you remember the smell of fresh bread?" one would say, and suddenly, they were all transported back to simpler days, where laughter echoed through open fields, and the sky was a vast canvas of blue. As the days turned into weeks, the challenges of life inside the ark became more pronounced. The fear of running out of supplies crept in like a thief in the night. They rationed food and water, counting days like prisoners marking time on a wall. With every passing hour, the weight of their isolation grew heavier. The ark was a vessel meant to save life, yet its confines felt more like a tomb. Noah could see the worry etched on the faces of his family. The once thriving spirit of cooperation began to fray, replaced by whispered fears and unspoken doubts. One day, a particularly fierce storm hit, shaking the ark to its core. The sound of howling winds filled the air, drowning out the cries of the animals. Panic raced through the heart of the ark as the family struggled to keep everything in place. The water rose, threatening to flood the lower levels. Noah barked orders, his voice a steady anchor in the whirlwind. They hurried to secure the animals, knowing that their lives depended on maintaining order amid the chaos. The rain pounded like 1,000 drummers, and for a moment, it seemed as if the very structure would come apart. After what felt like an eternity, the storm passed, leaving behind a fragile calm. They were left with the aftermath of their battle. Animals had been restless, their instincts heightened by the terror of the storm. But the family had held together, their bond forged in the flames of adversity. As they sat in the flickering candlelight, the silence was heavy with unspoken gratitude and profound relief. They clung to the knowledge that they were still alive, surrounded by both the familiar and the wild. Time seemed to fold in on itself. Days merged into nights, and the calendar became a blur. Outside, the world was being washed away, while inside, they were wrapped in a cocoon of survival. The rhythm of life inside the ark became a new normal. The family learned to adapt, finding joy in small victories, discovering a new way to communicate with the animals, or crafting makeshift games, turning mundane tasks into moments of laughter and light. However, the strain of confinement was unrelenting. The weight of their situation echoed in their conversations, the glances exchanged laden with unspoken worry. Noah found himself pacing the narrow pathways, his mind racing with the enormity of their challenge. What would life be like once the storm passed? Would they find land again, or would they drift into an endless sea? As the days stretched on, whispers of dissent began to surface. Some family members questioned Noah's choices, the way he had led them into this tempest of uncertainty. "What if we never see land again?" one of his sons asked one evening, frustration simmering just beneath the surface. The question hung in the air like a storm cloud, filled with the potential to unleash a torrent of doubt. Noah felt a stab of despair but held his ground, knowing that hope was their greatest weapon against the encroaching shadows. Each morning brought a new battle against the tide of fear, and yet, amid the struggles, there were moments that shimmered like sunlight breaking through the clouds. A calf born in the middle of a night, laughter shared over a simple meal, the warmth of a shared blanket during the cold, restless nights. Hope flickered gently within the confined space, a light that refused to be snuffed out, even as the storm outside raged on. As the rains continued to fall, and the ark bobbed on the tumultuous waves, the challenges of daily life became intertwined with the rich tapestry of their experience. Each moment, no matter how small, became a thread that bound them together in their shared fate. The ark was more than a vessel. It became a crucible, forging a family under pressure, and as they clung to one another, the realization dawned that their survival was not just about the physical. It was about the very essence of what it meant to be alive, together. The sky darkened, a thick blanket of heavy clouds rolling in like a predator stalking its prey. Thunder rumbled, a low growl echoing across the valleys where families had gathered for generations. In a matter of hours, the tranquil rivers that once meandered through the fields transformed into monstrous torrents, spilling over their banks and swallowing everything in sight. The water surged with a relentless fury, creeping into homes, classrooms, and places of worship. It was a force that demanded respect, a chilling reminder of nature's raw power. As the floodwaters rose, the air filled with fear and uncertainty. Mothers clutched their children tightly, their hearts racing as they watched their world drown. In one small town, the local bakery, the heart of the community, stood silent and still as waves crashed against its door. The sweet smell of freshly baked bread, once a comforting presence, was replaced by the smell of damp wood and desperation. Families who had celebrated birthdays, anniversaries, and holidays there now faced the loss of their gathering place, washed away by nature's unyielding grip. But this was not just a local tragedy. Throughout history, floods had carved their names into the annals of time. Think of the Great Flood of 1931 in China, a catastrophe that claimed more than 1 million lives. It was a disaster that left towns and cities in ruins, a haunting echo of what happens when man and nature collide. The Yangtze River, swollen beyond recognition, became a waterway of despair, marking the land with sorrow and loss. In Europe, the floods of 1219 swept across the land, changing the course of rivers and the lives of countless souls. Villages disappeared overnight, swallowed whole by the raging waters. Stories passed down through generations spoke of the cries for help, the frantic search for safety, and the haunting silence that followed. The silence left by lives forever altered. The remnants of those towns lay buried beneath layers of sediment, a ghostly reminder of what once was, taken by the relentless flow of time and water. As the torrents surged, they carried with them more than just debris. Whole ecosystems were uprooted, the delicate balance of life thrown into chaos. Fish, birds, and mammals that once thrived along the riverbanks found themselves displaced, searching for refuge in a world that had vanished before their eyes. It was not just a loss of life. It was a loss of history, of habitats that had stood for centuries. In the chaos, communities rallied, trying to hold on to hope as the waters rose higher. Volunteers filled sandbags, their hands blistering as they worked side by side, united in a fight against nature's wrath. But with each passing moment, the floodwaters breached their defenses, proving once again that human strength was no match for the sheer might of a storm. The relentless push of water was like a tidal wave of despair, making every effort feel futile. People watched in horror as their neighbors' homes crumbled, swept away by the currents. Every loss was a dagger to the heart of the community. Children whose laughter once filled the streets were now silent, their innocence submerged beneath the weight of tragedy. Families were torn apart, each person fighting their own battle against a rising tide. The flood didn't just drown their homes. It drowned their lives, their histories, and their dreams. Yet, in the midst of despair, there were stories of resilience. An elderly man, his face lined with the marks of time, stood on the roof of his house, watching the water swirl around him. Memories flooded his mind. His wedding day, the laughter of his children, the joy of his grandchildren. He was a witness to the rise and fall of his town, a town that had seen floods before but had always rebuilt. As he surveyed the devastation, a flicker of determination ignited within him. He would not let the flood define them. They would rise again as they always had. And then the sky cracked open. Rain poured down in sheets, a final assault from the heavens. The very earth seemed to tremble, as if mourning the loss of life and legacy. The water gushed, relentless and unforgiving, carving new paths through the landscape, forever altering the geography that had stood steadfast for millennia. It was a moment of reckoning, a dramatic shift that would echo through time. In the aftermath, the damage was staggering. Roads were impassable, bridges were gone, and fields that once flourished lay barren, choked by mud and debris. The land, once vibrant and alive, became a canvas painted with shades of gray and brown. Farmers who had tilled the soil with hope now looked upon their land with despair. Their livelihood washed away, dreams drowned in the same waters that nurtured their crops. History teaches that floods do not just change the physical landscape. They shift cultures and communities. Entire ways of life were uprooted, forcing people to migrate, creating new towns where old ones once stood. The stories of those who lived through such disasters became etched in the collective memory, passed down as warnings and lessons. The ripple effects of nature's fury would lead to changes in policy, infrastructure, and community planning, reshaping the future in ways that were not yet understood. The sun finally broke through the clouds, illuminating the devastation. It cast a harsh light on the rubble, revealing the stark reality of the aftermath. The ground, once soaked, began to dry, but the scars remained. Amid the wreckage, a new determination began to brew. Neighbors, once strangers, banded together, sharing what little they had. In the face of overwhelming loss, they found a spark of hope. In every handshake and every shared smile, a tiny flame flickered in the darkness, promising that they would rebuild, not just their homes, but their lives. But as they began to clear the debris, and the water receded, whispers of what was lost lingered in the air. The stories of those who had been swept away were woven into the fabric of the community, becoming a part of their collective identity. The flood had come like a thief in the night, but it had also brought a renewed sense of purpose and unity, reminding them of the fragility of life and the strength found in togetherness. Yet, the cycle of water and land had only just begun. Nature, with its unpredictable temperament, would not forget. The ground still trembled, the rivers still surged, and the clouds gathered once more on the horizon, hinting at storms yet to come. The very earth shivered with anticipation, waiting for the next chapter in this relentless saga of survival. The sky opened up, unleashing a torrent that transformed the world into an ocean of chaos. Rain fell relentlessly, each drop heavy with the weight of dread and uncertainty. People stood at their windows, eyes wide with fear, watching as the water began to rise. It turned streets into rivers, homes into islands, and hope into despair. This was no ordinary storm. This was a cataclysmic flood, a test of human endurance that would push the limits of faith and strength. As the days wore on, the rain never ceased. What began as a steady drizzle morphed into a fierce deluge, each hour blending into the next. The memory of solid ground faded, replaced by an endless expanse of water that swallowed everything in its path. It was a surreal nightmare, where time felt distorted and hope seemed like a distant memory. Families huddled together on rooftops, their hearts pounding in sync with the rising tide. They clung to each other, exchanging whispers of reassurance even as panic threatened to overwhelm them. Those first few days stretched into a week, a stretch of torment that felt both eternal and fleeting. News spread like wildfire, tales of communities cut off, lives disrupted, and dreams submerged. Men and women became unwilling sailors aboard makeshift rafts, navigating the dangerous waters of their own neighborhoods, searching for anyone still stranded, anyone who might need help. With each passing hour, the gravity of the situation deepened, their spirits tested as they paddled through the remnants of their lives. Broken fences, abandoned cars, and memories half drowned. The flood transformed the landscape into a haunting tableau, where the familiar morphed into the uncanny. Once vibrant towns were now ghostly echoes, submerged under a blanket of murky water. Families watched helplessly as their possessions floated away, the tangible markers of their lives slipping through their fingers. The heart-wrenching sight of children's toys bobbing in the waves struck at the core of every parent's being. It was a powerful reminder of innocence lost, a symbol of the life they once lived before the flood washed it all away. Weeks turned into a painful cycle of survival. Supplies dwindled, and the scent of desperation filled the air. Each new day brought whispers of loss, tales of neighbors swept away by the rushing waters, their fates unknown. Those who had once shared laughter and joy now faced the grim reality of waiting, hoping against hope for a rescue that seemed increasingly unlikely. The flood had become a thief, stealing not just lives but also the very essence of community. Rescue missions became a lifeline, a flicker of hope amid the desolation. Helicopters whirred overhead, their shadows casting fleeting glimpses of safety, but they could only reach so far. Boats maneuvered through the treacherous waters, their crews battling against the relentless current to deliver supplies and rescue those trapped in the rising tide. Each successful mission was celebrated with tears of relief, yet the specter of loss loomed large. For every person pulled from the brink, another was left behind, their stories swallowed by the depths. As weeks dragged on, the relentless rain finally began to relent, but the scars of the flood were etched into the landscape and the hearts of the survivors. The water receded to reveal a ravaged world, one that had been forever altered. Where once stood proud homes, now lay mud-caked ruins, remnants of lives lived with love and laughter. The sun shone down on the aftermath, illuminating the destruction but also casting a light on resilience. People emerged from their shelters, faces lined with exhaustion but spirits unbroken, ready to reclaim what had been lost. The flood had not just tested their endurance. It had forged connections in the fire of shared hardship. Strangers became allies, neighbors became family. The spirit of community thrived amid the wreckage, as they turned towards one another, sharing resources, stories, and strength. They banded together to clear debris, to rebuild, to create something new from the ashes of despair. Months passed, and though the waters had receded, the memories of the flood were woven into the fabric of life. Every raindrop that fell was a reminder of the days when the sky unleashed its fury, but it also became a symbol of hope, a promise that even after the darkest storms, life could begin anew. Yet, the question lingered, unspoken yet palpable. What would the future hold? Would they ever truly heal from the wounds of the flood? Or would the echoes of that catastrophic time forever haunt their dreams? With each rainy season, the specter of the flood would return, not just in the form of water but in the hearts of those who had survived. The weight of those days, weeks, and months would hang over them like a shadow, a reminder that nature's fury could strike again. Every thunderclap would send shivers up their spines. Every dark cloud would ignite that flicker of anxiety. Yet within that fear lay a profound understanding of resilience and unity, a testament to the strength found in community even when the waters rose against them. And so, as they began to rebuild, they carried the stories of those lost, the memories of what had been, and the hope of what was yet to come. The flood had changed everything. It had tested not just their homes, but their hearts. It was a past that would forever ripple through their lives, a poignant reminder that sometimes the greatest storms reveal the strongest bonds of all. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting an amber glow across the land, where whispers of the past lingered like the fading light. In those quiet moments, one could almost hear the heartbeat of the earth, a rhythmic pulse that had endured through centuries, through ice ages and wars, through birth and death. Nature, in all its fierce beauty, held the threads of survival, weaving them into the fabric of human existence. As the wind rustled the leaves of ancient trees, it carried stories from a time when humanity walked hand in hand with nature. Tribes roamed vast plains, their survival hinged on the delicate balance between taking and giving. They knew the land like the back of their weathered hands, every river bend and mountain peak a familiar friend. They listened to the ground, to the birds, to the whispers of the wind, and in those sounds lay their guide. Each season was a lesson, each storm a teacher, showing them the path to life amidst the chaos. One could hear the soft patter of rain beginning to fall, a promise of nourishment. It would soon soak into the earth, feeding the roots of towering trees and the delicate blossoms pushing their way through the soil. The land was a sanctuary, a cradle for life, and every drop held the weight of history. Farmers learned to read the sky and the stars, planting their seeds in harmony with the rhythms of the earth. They cultivated not just crops but a relationship built on trust, knowing that the land could provide when treated with respect. Yet, survival was not simply about nurturing the land. It was also about responding to its fierce might. Nature could be a merciless teacher. The volcanic eruptions that once shaped the landscapes of ancient civilizations, like the Minoans on the island of Santorini, serve as a stark reminder of nature's raw power. Their vibrant society, known for its art and culture, was forever altered in a single night of fire and ash. From the heart of destruction rose new beginnings, the fertile soils allowing life to flourish once more, a powerful testament to resilience. In the shadows of those tragedies, communities learned to adapt. The Inuit, who mastered the art of surviving the cold, turned to the land for sustenance in ways that seemed almost magical. They became stewards of the Arctic, crafting tools from bones and stones, their knowledge passed down through generations. This bond with the land was not merely a matter of survival. It was a profound connection to their identity, a lifeblood that flowed through their veins. The stories of survival stretched across continents and ages, each culture unfolding its unique narrative under the green canopy of trees and the vast blue sky. In the dense jungles of the Amazon, tribes relied on the varied flora for medicine and food, wielding ancient wisdom that echoed through their chants and rituals. Each plant, each animal, spoke a language of survival, a whisper that reminded them of their place in the world. At times, though, the balance tipped precariously. The relentless march of civilization brought with it a thirst for progress, often at nature's expense. The forests fell silent as chainsaws roared, and rivers, once teeming with life, ran dry. It was a haunting contrast. Where there had been songs of birds, now echoed only the sounds of machinery. The earth mourned, and the scars it bore told tales of loss. Yet amid this struggle, there were glimmers of hope. The passion of activists ignited flames of change, reminding the world of what was at stake. People gathered in numbers, their voices a chorus against destruction, fighting not just for their survival but for the memory of the earth. They stood together, united by a deep-rooted understanding that the fate of humanity and nature were intertwined. Each protest, each voice raised in defiance, was a reminder that the earth does not simply belong to us. We are but its caretakers. As the sun sank below the horizon, a cool breeze brushed through the trees, carrying with it the promise of a new day. The flickering stars began to emerge, silent witnesses to the ongoing struggle. What lay ahead remained uncertain, yet the lessons of the past echoed in every corner of the world. Nature's resilience inspired hope, a reminder that even in darkness, life could find a way to thrive. The flickers of a campfire ignited a sense of community among a group of friends gathered under the vast night sky. They shared their dreams, their fears, and their connections to the land around them, each story a thread woven into the great tapestry of existence. They spoke of ancestors who had once roamed the same paths, their survival interlaced with the very essence of nature. Laughter and tears mingled as they acknowledged the fragility of life, but also its immense beauty. In that sacred circle, they felt the weight of responsibility. The earth had nurtured their ancestors, and now it was their turn to protect it. With every word spoken, every vow made, they strengthened their bond with the land, promising to be guardians of its memory. Their hearts beat in tune with the whispers of the past, and they resolved to honor the lessons learned, to carry forward the legacy of survival that nature had so generously bestowed upon them. And as the night deepened, the fire's glow illuminated their faces, revealing the fierce determination in their eyes. They understood that the story was far from over. The pulse of the earth continued, a reminder that survival was not just an individual struggle but a collective journey. Each chapter written in the annals of history was a testament to the resilience of both humanity and nature, spiraling into a future yet unwritten, where survival once again danced on the edge of possibility. This connection to the earth would guide them, as it had for countless generations before. The memories of survival became their compass, anchoring them to a deeper purpose. The embers of hope glowed brightly, igniting a fire within, urging them to fight for the world that had nurtured their very existence. And as they gazed into the night, a new chapter awaited, one that would intertwine their fates with the earth, echoing through time, forever shaping the destiny of both. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden light over the desolate landscape, The air was thick with an uneasy silence, broken only by the distant rumble of thunder, a reminder of the storm that was brewing. Noah stood at the edge of a world that felt abandoned, his heart heavy with the weight of what was to come. He gazed at the horizon, where dark clouds danced ominously, swirling like a great beast preparing to strike. It was a time of anguish and revelation, where the fate of humanity rested on his shoulders. For years, Noah had heard the whispers of God, words that echoed in his mind with a clarity that both comforted and terrified him. "Build an ark," they had said. "A covenant will be made." The very concept of this covenant seared itself into his heart, a promise not just to him but to all living beings. With each day that passed, the enormity of this task pressed against him like a weight he could hardly bear. The wood was raw and unyielding as he worked. Noah's hands, calloused and weathered, moved with purpose, each strike of the hammer resonating with determination. His family stood beside him, eyes wide with uncertainty, yet filled with an unwavering faith. They trusted him, and that trust spurred him onward. "We are chosen," his wife whispered, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and hope. Each family member understood the gravity of their role in this divine plan, yet they could not fully grasp the scale of the storm that had been foretold. As the first raindrop fell, a chill ran through the air. It landed softly on Noah's forehead, a tender reminder that the world was about to change forever. The animals began to arrive, two by two, as if drawn by an invisible thread. The sight of elephants and rabbits, lions and doves, their instinctual knowledge guiding them, ignited a flicker of hope in Noah's heart. These creatures, innocent and unaware of the calamity that loomed, were part of a promise to preserve life against the wrath that was to come. "Why are we doing this?" one of his sons asked, his voice breaking the silence, laced with fear and confusion. Noah turned, his eyes steady and resolute. "God has seen the wickedness of man. He will cleanse the earth, but we are to be the vessel of his mercy." He spoke with a fervor that stirred something deep within them, a reminder that even in despair, there was a flicker of divine purpose waiting to be realized. As the sky darkened and the winds picked up, the tension became palpable. The families of the earth, lost in their distractions and disbelief, mocked Noah and his family. Laughter echoed through the valleys, a cruel soundtrack to their sacred mission. Noah raised his hands in prayer, whispering fervent words to the heavens. The storm clouds gathered, heavy and swollen, as if they bore witness to the clash of divine will and human folly. And then it began. The rain fell in torrents, a deluge that swept across the earth. Noah stood firm, watching the waters rise with an urgency that made his heart race. The once familiar landscape transformed into a chaotic sea, where hope collided with dread. Each drop was a reminder of the promise that had been made. This was not merely punishment but a cleansing, a necessary reset for the world. Lightning crackled, illuminating the darkened sky like celestial fireworks. The sound of thunder roared, a deafening proclamation of God's authority. The ark swayed on the waves, a wooden sanctuary amidst the chaos, embodying the resilience of faith. Noah took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility crash down upon him. He found solace in the knowledge that his family was safe within the ark's walls, sheltered from the tempest outside. The cries of the damned pierced through the storm, a haunting symphony of desperation. Those who had laughed at the idea of a flood now clawed at the water, seeking refuge that would never come. Noah's heart ached for them, but he stood firm in the knowledge of God's will. The covenant was not just a promise of preservation but also a testament to the choices that had led to this moment, a reminder that every action has consequences. Inside the ark, the animals shifted restlessly, their instincts heightened by the turbulence outside. The cries of the creatures mingled with the sounds of the storm, a cacophony that echoed the turmoil of the world. Noah's family huddled together, whispering prayers, sharing stories, and holding tightly to one another. They were bound by faith and blood, a flicker of light in the encroaching darkness. As the days turned into nights, the rain showed no sign of relenting. The world outside faded from memory, replaced by the rhythmic sound of the storm. Yet, within the ark, a sense of purpose prevailed. Noah could feel the weight of the covenant pressing down on him, shaping him into the leader he needed to be. He was not just a man building an ark. He was a steward of creation, a bridge between the old world and the new. But even in this sanctuary, doubt began to gnaw at him. Was this truly God's plan? Would they be the last remnants of humanity? The thought sent shivers through him, but he clung to the promise, the beautiful hope that each droplet of rain represented. A new beginning, a chance to start anew. Hours turned into days, and the rhythm of the storm became a constant hum in their lives. Noah watched the waters rise, enveloping the earth in a watery embrace. The memories of the land he once knew began to fade, replaced by an ever-present horizon of gray. He sought solace by gazing out into the abyss, where the storm clouds met the water. In those moments of solitude, he filled his heart with the conviction that they were part of something greater, a divine tapestry woven with threads of survival and rebirth. As the flood raged on, Noah's faith was tested time and again. Each crack of thunder resonated with the weight of his responsibility. He had to remind himself that the covenant was a promise of preservation, not just for them but for the world they would inherit. And so he prayed, pouring out his heart to God, seeking reassurance that even amid chaos, life would emerge anew. With every passing moment, the tension built, the storm outside a reflection of the turmoil within. But deep in Noah's heart, a flicker of hope continued to burn brightly, a promise that soon the rains would cease and the sun would break through the clouds once more. The thought of fresh beginnings and renewed life fueled his resolve, binding him ever tighter to the covenant that had been made. The sound of water sloshing against the walls echoed like a distant heartbeat, a reminder of the relentless storm that had engulfed the village for days. Each drop that splattered against the window seemed to carry with it the weight of history, pain entwined with hope. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of wet earth and the metallic tang of anxiety. As the relentless rain finally began to taper off, a quiet stillness settled over the landscape, as if the world itself was holding its breath. In the valley below, where the river once danced with laughter and light, now lay a swollen expanse of water, dark and brooding. But under the surface, the ceaseless current was beginning to calm. The banks, once overwhelmed, were slowly revealing their edges, like a shy child peeling back the layers of a protective cloak. Old stones, worn smooth by time, began to emerge, reminding the villagers of the life that thrived before the deluge. Anya stood at her window, the glass fogged with the humidity of the aftermath. Her heart raced with a mixture of dread and anticipation. She had lost everything: her home, her belongings, a lifetime of memories swept away. Yet, as the waters began to recede, a flicker of something deep within her stirred. With each passing moment, hope began to settle like the morning mist, softening the edges of despair. She glanced at her neighbors, their faces etched with fatigue, yet somehow, there was a glimmer of determination in their eyes. They had weathered storms before, not just the kind that raged in the skies, but also those that tore at the very fabric of their lives. Underneath the weight of sorrow, they were bound together by an unbreakable thread woven from shared struggle and resilience. The village, rich with history, had faced countless trials. The famine of '32, the whispers of war that had echoed through the valleys, and the silent suffering during the harsh winters. Each hardship had left its mark, carving stories into the hearts of its people. But as the water receded, it felt as if a new chapter was beginning, one that pulsed with the promise of rebirth. Outside, children ventured cautiously into the muck, their laughter sounding like music against the backdrop of the once roaring river. They splashed through puddles, their innocence a stark contrast to the sorrows that had clouded the adults' faces. Each splash sent droplets flying, sparkling like tiny diamonds in the newly emerging sunlight. It was a sight that tugged at Anya's heart, a reminder that life, fierce and unyielding, always finds a way to spark joy, even in the darkest of times. Yet as the waters receded, they uncovered not just the familiar patterns of the landscape, but also remnants of what had been lost. A twisted tree branch revealed the skeletal remains of a child's toy, its bright colors dulled by the muddy waters. A reminder of laughter that had once filled the air, now silenced. Anya felt a lump rise in her throat as she knelt to retrieve it, her fingers trembling as they traced the contours of the faded plastic. The river whispered secrets as it relinquished its hold, carrying with it bits of the village's past, torn photographs, rusted tools, and shattered dreams. Each item served as a ghostly reminder of what life had once been, a tapestry of memories now unraveling. It was a haunting sight, yet amid the desolation lay a flicker of possibility. The villagers began to gather these remnants, sharing stories that were tinged with both sorrow and laughter. As evening fell, the sky transformed into a canvas of deep oranges and purples, the sun dipping below the horizon like a sigh of relief. Anya stood among her neighbors by the riverbank, the air buzzing with shared hope. They spoke of rebuilding, of the strength found in unity, and of dreams yet to be realized. Then, as night fell, a sudden chill swept through the air, sharp and foreboding. The wind howled, carrying with it a sense of urgency, as if nature itself were warning them of the remnants left behind. Shadows flickered under the soft glow of lanterns, and the laughter that had filled the air moments ago faltered, replaced by an uneasy silence. Anya felt a shiver run down her spine, and as she looked at the water, the surface began to ripple. Tiny waves that stirred memories, dark and heavy. It felt as if the river was trying to reclaim what it had lost, to drag back the remnants of that which had been unearthed. Panic rippled through the crowd. Eyes widened as whispers of dread spread like wildfire. Then, in an instant, the calm was shattered. A low rumble echoed in the distance, the ground trembling beneath their feet. It was as if the earth itself was awakening, and the river, now a throbbing vein of anxiety, began to swell once more. The villagers grasped one another, hearts racing, as they felt the tension build in the air, an electric charge that spoke of impending chaos. Anya's breath caught in her throat as she watched the water rise, creeping up the banks, reclaiming the land it had just relinquished. The memories they had unearthed, the laughter shared, all of it felt at risk of being swallowed whole once again. Fear clawed at her heart, a visceral reminder of what they had lost. She could feel the tears prick at her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. Instead, she stood tall, her spirit ignited by the shared determination that bound them all together. In that moment, something shifted. The villagers turned towards one another, their eyes alight with a fierce resolve. They had faced loss before, had endured the storm, and had come out the other side. The water, while intimidating, could not wash away their spirit. Together, they could reclaim their lives, their laughter, and the fabric of their community. Anya felt the warmth of her neighbor's hands clasping hers, grounding her as the shadows loomed larger, threatening to envelop them once more. The waters began to recede again, this time carrying with it not just remnants of the past, but the promise of a new beginning. And as the night deepened, the village stood ready to face whatever came next, because in their hearts, they knew that even when the rain ended, their resilience would rise, unyielding against the tide. The icy winds howled fiercely around Mount Ararat, a colossal sentinel standing watch over the rugged landscape. Its peaks, draped in snow, loomed like ancient giants, embodying stories of resilience and hope. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky danced with hues of orange and purple, casting a mystical glow over the site that had witnessed the birth of new beginnings. It was this sacred place where the remnants of a great vessel, the Ark, were said to rest, holding whispers of history long forgotten. As a thick fog rolled in, the air hung heavy with anticipation, each breath echoing the heartbeat of the earth. The locals spoke in hushed tones of the legends that surrounded Ararat. They believed that the Ark, having weathered the worst the world could throw at it, had finally found its resting place here after the Great Flood, a refuge for humanity's survival. Stories of a divine promise seeped into the very soil, urging those who dared to dream to seek out their own fresh starts amid the ruins of the past. The ancient city of Urartu, once a thriving kingdom, nestled at the base of the mountain, was a testament to human ambition. Its stone walls, now crumbling, whispered tales of kings and queens, of soldiers and sages who walked the same paths now trodden by travelers in search of meaning. The echoes of their laughter and sorrow seemed to mingle with the cries of the wind, creating a haunting symphony that carried through the valleys. As night fell, a small group of adventurers gathered around a flickering campfire, their faces illuminated by its warm glow. They shared stories, their voices laced with excitement and disbelief. Among them was Miriam, whose eyes sparkled with determination. She had come to Mount Ararat seeking answers, to piece together the fragments of her own fractured life. Each tale told by her companions felt like a lifeline tossed to her in turbulent waters, reminding her of the hope that still flickered within. "Do you think it's really up there?" she asked, her voice barely rising above the crackling flames. The question hung in the air, heavy with longing. The others nodded, their faces reflecting the shared dream of finding the Ark, of uncovering something that had been lost for millennia. With each word, the legend transformed into something tangible, a beacon of possibility that promised redemption. The cold night deepened, and as stars blanketed the sky, the group felt an unexplainable pull toward the mountain. It beckoned to them, not merely as a geographical landmark but as a symbol of endurance. It represented the struggle against despair, the unwavering belief that even after the fiercest storms, life could begin anew. The following day, with hearts pounding and spirits soaring, they set out on a journey up the mountain. The path was treacherous, rocky terrain that tested their resolve. Each step felt heavy, yet the thrill of discovery propelled them forward. Miriam's fingers brushed against the ancient stones, feeling the history pulse beneath her touch. A sense of urgency gripped her. She could almost hear the whispers of the past urging her onward, guiding her toward something greater. As they neared the summit, the air grew thinner, and the temperature dropped sharply. Clouds swirled ominously overhead, casting shadows that danced menacingly around them. Yet, amid the brewing storm, the thrill of the unknown surged through their veins. It was a feeling that transcended fear, an exhilaration that reminded them of why they had come, to find a piece of history, to reclaim a lost connection to their ancestors. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the air, and the ground beneath them trembled. It was as if the mountain itself was waking, shaking off the dust of centuries. Panic surged through the group, but Miriam felt a strange calm. She searched the faces around her, each filled with awe and dread, and realized that they were not just searching for remnants of wood and nails. They were searching for the essence of survival, for the promise that life would endure against all odds. The storm unleashed its fury, snow swirling violently around them, obscuring their vision. But Miriam's heart raced with determination. "We can't turn back now," she shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. Her words ignited a fire in her companions, each one rallying around her, driven by a shared yearning to reach the summit, to uncover the truth that lay hidden in the tempest. As they forged ahead, the world around them transformed into a blizzard of white. Visibility dwindled, and the air crackled with tension. Then, as if the mountain itself had decided to reveal its secret, they stumbled upon a vast clearing. In the midst of the swirling snow, a massive shape emerged, a silhouette that defied the elements, a testament to resilience standing firm against the storm. The Ark, or what remained of it, was before them, a grand vision of a vessel shaped by time. The wood, worn and weathered, told silent stories of survival and hope. Miriam felt tears prick her eyes. This was not just an artifact. It was a symbol of every person who had ever faced despair and had fought for a new beginning. It represented humanity's spirit, unbreakable and eternal. As they approached, the wind howled louder, almost as if it was warning them to tread carefully. But they pressed on, compelled by a force greater than themselves. Closer now, they could see the intricate carvings etched into the wood, each telling a story of its own, a history that threaded through generations, connecting them to the past. Miriam reached out, her fingers grazing the surface, and in that moment, something shifted within her. She felt the weight of her own struggles, the loss, the heartache, the longing for a new chapter. But as she stood before the Ark, She understood that even in the face of overwhelming odds, hope could still flourish. It was a moment that transcended time, a bridge linking the despair of yesterday with the promise of tomorrow. The storm raged around them, but within the clearing, time seemed to pause. The group stood, caught in the magic of the moment, aware that they were part of something much larger than themselves. They were witnesses to history, part of a continuum that stretched back to the dawn of humanity. Suddenly, a flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the ark in a dazzling light. Gasps escaped their lips, a divine moment that marked more than just a discovery. It was the beginning of a new story, a call to action, a reminder that life would always find a way to begin anew, no matter how fierce the storm. With hearts pounding and spirits ignited, they gazed upon the ark, ready to breathe life into their own narratives, to take the leap into the unknown. As the wind continued to howl and the snow swirled around them, they knew with a certainty that their own new beginnings awaited just beyond the horizon. The raven circled above, its wings cutting through the air like a knife through fog. It was a dark silhouette against the sun, which hung low in the sky, casting elongated shadows across the turbulent waves below. The sailors aboard the weather-beaten ship gazed up, their hearts thundering in their chests. They knew that this omen, this feathered harbinger, held a secret. The distant horizon shimmered with hope, but the relentless sea churned beneath them, a madness of frothing waves that threatened to swallow them whole. Far off, where the ocean met the sky, was a glimmer of something solid, a promise of land that had eluded them for weeks. Each day had blurred into the next, a monotonous cycle of saltwater swells and weary faces. The men, once vibrant and hopeful, now bore the weight of despair on their shoulders, their eyes sunken and haunted by the specter of hunger and fear. The ship creaked under the strain of their burden, a wooden beast worn down by nature's fury and the gnawing worry of the crew. The captain, a grizzled veteran named Elias, stood at the helm with a furrowed brow and clenched fists. He had seen his fair share of storms, but nothing could match the tempest brewing within his crew. They whispered among themselves, casting furtive glances at one another, each man wrestling with his own doubts and dreams. Would they find land? Or was this endless sea their final resting place? As the raven circled lower, its sharp caw pierced the air, echoing thoughts that spiraled through Elias's mind. He remembered the tales passed down from sailor to sailor, stories of great voyages and the search for fabled lands, each word laced with adventure and danger. But now, here he was, facing not the thrill of exploration but the grim reality of survival. His hands trembled slightly on the ship's wheel, a reflection of the storm swirling within him. The sun dipped lower, streaks of orange and purple bleeding into the darkening sky. The raven spiraled downwards, landing on the ship's mast, its presence a flicker of strength amidst despair. The men looked up in unison, a collective breath caught in their throats. It was a sign, they thought. The raven was a creature of the unknown, a creature that could lead them to safety, to dry land. The stories told of ravens guiding lost souls home, and they clung to this belief like a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. But hope is a fickle ally, and the sea was not finished with them yet. As night fell, the wind picked up, howling like a wild beast. The waves grew taller, crashing against the sides of the ship with a ferocity that sent cold shivers down their spines. Fear gripped the hearts of the men, and as they scrambled to secure the sails, Elias barked orders, his voice barely rising above the cacophony of the storm. Another wave surged, a monstrous wall of water that seemed to rise straight from the depths of the abyss. It broke over the ship with a deafening roar, sending men tumbling and gasping for breath as the vessel shuddered. Elias fought to keep control, struggling against the relentless tug of the sea, his heart pounding in time with the thunderclaps that echoed around them. "Hold on, we will make it through," he shouted, though his own voice trembled with uncertainty. The men rallied around him, grasping onto anything solid, united by the fierce determination to survive. Through the chaos, the raven remained perched above, unflinching against the fury of nature. It watched with eyes that seemed to hold an ancient wisdom, a calm in the storm. Elias glanced up, and in that fleeting moment, he felt a flicker of something more than just fear. A spark of resolve ignited within him. He would not let the waves claim him or his crew. The storm raged on, but as dawn broke, a pale light crept over the horizon. The sea, once a monstrous beast, now lay calm, its surface shimmering like glass. Exhausted and soaked to the bone, the men clung to hope. They searched the horizon, eyes desperate for the sight of land. Suddenly, the raven took flight, its dark wings slicing through the morning light as it soared toward the east. Elias felt an unexplainable pull in his chest, his instincts screaming that he must follow. "There!" he shouted, pointing toward the raven's path. "It's leading us!" With renewed vigor, the crew sprang into action, their fatigue forgotten as they strained to catch sight of the promise lingering just beyond the waves. The ship surged forward, propelled by desperation and the burning desire to find a home after so long adrift. Hours passed, each moment stretching out like the vast ocean before them. Just as doubt began to creep in again, a silhouette broke the monotony of the sea, a jagged outline rising against the sky, unmistakably land. Gasps filled the air, a chorus of disbelief and joy. The ravens circled above, a guardian guiding them home, and the crew erupted into cheers, their voices mingling with the sound of the waves crashing against the shore. But as they approached, a shadow loomed larger, casting doubt over their triumph. The rocky coastline appeared foreboding, jagged cliffs jutting out like teeth ready to bite. Elias's heart raced as he contemplated the risks ahead. Was this a safe harbor, or could it conceal more dangers than the depths of the ocean? The men hushed, their excitement ebbing as the reality of their situation dawned on them. They were so close, yet the uncertainties loomed larger than the cliffs themselves. With the raven flying ahead, they had to make a choice: to trust their guide and push forward into the unknown or turn back into the embrace of the sea. Elias looked to the men, their faces a mixture of hope and fear, then back to the raven, who now perched on an outcropping of rock as if waiting for them to make their decision. The moment hung heavy in the air, a pause before the storm of choices that would shape their future. The sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the landscape ahead, but shadows lingered in their hearts. Would they find peace, or were they merely trading one peril for another? With the raven leading the way, they prepared to confront whatever awaited them on that enigmatic shore. The search for dry land had reached its climax, but the true test was just beginning. In the soft glow of dawn, the world held its breath. The horizon, painted in hues of orange and gold, was like a canvas waiting for the first stroke of hope. A hush fell over the landscape, a stillness that spoke volumes, echoing the uncertainties of life itself. The air was thick with anticipation, a collective sense of yearning that transcended time and place. Somewhere in this fragile moment, a dove was about to take flight. The story begins in a small village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams. Here, the people carried the burdens of their hearts as they toiled in the fields and cared for their families. Each day unfolded like the last, filled with a blend of laughter, sorrow, and the relentless pursuit of peace. But peace had become a distant memory, a flicker of light lost in the shadows of conflict that loomed over them. One figure stood apart from the rest, an elderly man named Eli. His face, lined with the wrinkles of wisdom and sorrow, bore witness to years filled with war and loss. He had lost his son to a senseless battle, a casualty of a conflict that seemed never-ending. Yet, amidst his grief, Eli clung to one enduring belief, that hope could be found even in the darkest of times. He often spoke of the dove, a symbol passed down through generations, representing peace and new beginnings. The village gathered one evening around the flickering flames of a bonfire, drawn together by Eli's voice. The sparks danced upward, and with each tale he told, their hearts swelled with longing for a day when peace would reign. The dove, he would say, is not just a bird. It carries the promise of what we can become. If only we could send it forth, perhaps the world would listen. As the tales faded into the night air, a plan took root in the hearts of the villagers. They decided they would create their own dove, a beautiful, handcrafted symbol of their aspirations for peace. They gathered materials, feathers, twigs, and the softest fabric they could find, pouring their love and wishes into every stitch. Each person added something personal, a scrap of a child's drawing, a piece of jewelry from a lost loved one, or a prayer written in secret. When the dove was finally complete, it was stunning, a true reflection of their hopes and dreams. Eli held it gently in his hands, feeling the warmth of the community's spirit within it. "Tomorrow," he announced, "we will send our dove into the sky. It will carry our dreams of peace to the heavens, and perhaps, just perhaps, it will return with the promise of a new dawn." That night, as the villagers slept, a restless energy filled the air. Many tossed and turned, their dreams mingling with the weight of expectation. The stars twinkled like distant voices, whispering secrets of the universe. Eli watched from his window, the silhouette of the dove resting beside him. A beacon of hope, a reminder that the dawn was not just an end but a beginning. When the sun finally broke through the horizon, washing the land in light, the village awoke with a newfound sense of purpose. They gathered in the open field, their hearts beating in unison, anticipation crackling in the air. The time had come. Eli stepped forward, holding the dove high. The villagers watched, eyes wide with a mix of hope and fear, their breaths caught in their throats. "On the count of 3, Eli instructed, his voice steady but filled with emotion. 1, 2. The world felt like it paused, a moment suspended in time. 3. With a gentle release, the dove soared into the sky, its wings catching the sunlight, dazzling all who beheld it. It ascended higher and higher, a white speck against the vast blue, carrying the weight of their dreams. Gasps of awe and wonder filled the field as they watched the dove climb, its flight becoming a symbol of their united wishes. Laughter bubbled up, mingling with tears of joy as they felt the release of their collective grief. For a moment, the world felt lighter. The burdens they carried suddenly seemed less daunting, and the spirit of hope wrapped around them like a warm embrace. Yet, as the dove drifted further from view, the villagers felt a pang of longing. Would it return? Would their hopes be heard? Eli sensed their unease, his heart aching with a mix of pride and worry. "Our dove is on a journey," he reassured them. "It carries our voices. We must believe it will find its way." Time seemed to stretch as they waited, the tension palpable. The sun climbed higher, casting a golden hue over the landscape, but the dove did not reappear. Whispers of doubt began to ripple through the crowd. Had they sent it too far? Had it lost its way? Eli's heart raced, his thoughts swirling like the clouds above. Just when despair threatened to take root, a shadow flickered across the sky. In that heartbeat, hope ignited anew. The villagers squinted into the sun, their hearts pounding. The dove was returning. As it descended, it seemed to shimmer with a magical glow, as if it had passed through realms unknown. In that moment, Eli felt a surge of emotion, joy, relief, and an overwhelming sense of connection to his community. The dove landed gently, the fabric glistening in the sunlight, a small piece of paper attached to its beak. It was a message, a token from the heavens, something that spoke to their hearts in a language unspoken. The villagers gathered closer, their eyes wide with anticipation. Eli carefully untied the message, his hands shaking with excitement. What would it say? Would it offer guidance or assurance? Would it carry the wisdom of ages past? As he read aloud, a hush fell over the crowd, the profound weight of the words weaving a bond between them, a bond that transcended fear and division. And in that moment, as the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a golden glow over the village, Eli understood. The sending of the dove was not just a solitary act. It was a reminder that while peace is often a fleeting dream, it can be found in the hearts of those willing to believe, to hope, and to unite. With every heartbeat, they were connected, and together, they would nurture that hope until it flourished into reality. As the villagers celebrated, laughter mingled with tears, the spirit of the dove wrapping them in love and connection. The sun began to set, but in their hearts, A new dawn was already rising. They knew the journey was far from over. The message was only the beginning, and together, they would face whatever lay ahead, their spirits lifted by the promise carried by the dove. The sun rose slowly over the horizon, casting a golden hue across the vast expanse of uncharted land that lay ahead. It was a moment when the weight of the world felt both heavy and exhilarating, the kind of day that would forever be etched in the annals of history. As the first rays of sunlight kissed the damp earth, the air hummed with a sense of anticipation. A new era was about to begin, and with it, the promise of hope and discovery. In the distance, a group of weary travelers emerged from the shadows of the forest. They were not just anyone. They were pioneers, brave souls who had faced storms, hunger, and despair. The call of exploration had driven them forward, urging them to tread upon the very soil that had been untouched for centuries. Each step felt monumental, as if they were striding into a world that had been waiting, holding its breath at the threshold of their arrival. The leader of the group, a tall figure with eyes that sparkled with determination, paused. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the sweet scent of pine and damp earth. He could feel the heartbeat of the land beneath his feet, a rhythm that echoed the pulse of his own spirit. Today would not be just another day. It was the beginning of something extraordinary. As he surveyed the landscape, lush with untamed beauty, he sensed the weight of history resting upon him, a weight that was heavy, yet invigorating. The murmurs of his companions echoed around him, a chorus of hope and fear mingling in the cool morning air. Some were eager to charge forward, driven by the thrill of the unknown, while others hesitated, reflecting on the journey that had brought them to this pivotal moment. It was a fragile balance, one that could tip at any second. The leader knew they had crossed an invisible line. Behind them lay the comforts of home, the familiar faces of friends and family, while ahead stretched the uncertain promise of adventure. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air, a sound that was both a warning and an invitation. From the thicket, a creature emerged, its movements swift and graceful. It was a deer, standing still for a moment, its trusting gaze locked onto the humans before it. Time stopped as the travelers held their breath, a shared understanding passing between them. This land was alive, brimming with life and secrets. In that fleeting moment, they realized they were not alone in this new world. The wilderness would be their companion, both a challenge and a source of wonder. With a shared glance, the leader took a step forward, breaking the spell. The ground felt cool beneath his feet, grounding him in the present while igniting a fire within his heart. He beckoned to his companions, and one by one, they followed him into the clearing, their courage mingling with fear as they ventured deeper into the unknown. As they walked, the lush greenery of the forest gave way to sweeping vistas of rolling hills, dotted with wildflowers that danced in the gentle breeze. Each step was a brushstroke on the canvas of their journey, a testament to their resolve. They stopped to marvel at the vibrant colors, to touch the soft petals, and to soak in the beauty that surrounded them. The world felt alive, pulsing with energy, and the thrill of discovery electrified the air. But as the sun climbed higher, the shadows grew longer, and the reality of their situation settled upon them like a thick fog. They were not just wanderers. They were survivors. Every rustle in the bushes could be a warning, every snap of a twig a reminder of the dangers that lurked in the wild. The leader felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. He glanced back at his companions, their faces a mix of hope and uncertainty. The world was beautiful, but it was also unforgiving. Nightfall crept in, wrapping the land in an embrace of darkness. The once vibrant colors faded into shades of gray, and the sounds of the forest transformed into a symphony of whispers. The travelers gathered around a small fire, its flickering flames casting a warm glow against the encroaching night. They shared stories, laughter, and fears, each tale a thread weaving them closer together. In the intimate circle of light, bonds formed that would last a lifetime, forged in the spirit of adventure and shared challenges. But as the fire crackled, a low growl echoed from the shadows. The atmosphere shifted, tension rising like smoke in the air. The leader stood, heart pounding, instinctively reaching for his makeshift weapon. The warmth of camaraderie was quickly overshadowed by the cold grip of danger. They were no longer just explorers. They were potential prey in a world ruled by the wild. Fear gripped the hearts of the travelers, their eyes darting towards the darkness, searching for the unseen threat. In that moment of uncertainty, the leader's voice pierced the air, steady and resolute. "Stay close. We face this together." His words ignited a spark of courage in his companions. They huddled tighter, knowing that their strength lay not just in individual bravery, but in unity. Each heartbeat was a reminder of their shared humanity, of the bonds they had forged on this perilous journey. As the night deepened, the sounds of the forest grew louder. Crickets chirping, owls hooting, and the rustle of leaves in the wind. The tension hung thick in the air, yet beneath it lay an undercurrent of defiance. They had taken their first steps on dry land, and they would not retreat. The world before them was filled with challenges, but it was also ripe with possibilities, waiting to be seized. With dawn approaching, the leader felt a renewed sense of purpose. The land was calling to them, urging them to discover its hidden treasures, to respect its rhythms, and to embrace its lessons. Each step they took would write a new chapter in the story of humanity, a story woven into the very fabric of the earth. As the first glimmers of sunlight broke over the horizon, the travelers stood together, united by their shared resolve. They were on the brink of something monumental, a journey that would redefine their existence. The wildness of the land, the beauty and danger intertwined, beckoned them forward into the unknown. They were ready to embrace whatever lay ahead, for they were no longer just explorers. They had become pioneers of a new dawn. And in that moment, they took their next steps, their hearts pounding with the promise of adventure. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the wilderness, a world waiting to be unveiled. The air crackled with anticipation as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. In a small village nestled between towering mountains, the flickering flames of a makeshift altar danced, casting shadows that played with the tension of the moment. It was a night like no other, where the boundary between the earthly and the divine would blur, and the hearts of the faithful would intertwine in a powerful symphony of worship and gratitude. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone altar, worn and weathered by time, its surface stained with the sacrifices of those who had come before. Each mark and groove told a story of devotion, echoing the whispers of countless souls who had poured their hopes and dreams into the fire. On this sacred night, the villagers gathered, their faces illuminated not just by the glow of the flames, but by a shared purpose that thrummed in the air. It was a night to honor the Great Spirit, a night to give thanks for blessings bestowed and to seek guidance for trials ahead. As the first drumbeat resonated through the cool evening air, a hush fell over the crowd. The rhythmic sound, echoing like a heartbeat, stirred memories of ancestors who had walked the same path. Elders, their gnarled hands raised in reverence, closed their eyes, remembering the sacrifices of their forebears. Animals offered up in love, grains laid bare as tokens of gratitude. Each beat drew the villagers closer, wrapping them in a sense of unity that transcended time. Amidst this gathering stood Alara, a young woman with bright, hopeful eyes. She felt a stirring in her chest, an urgency to express her own gratitude. With every fiber of her being, she understood the weight of the moment. She had seen her family struggle through storms of hardship, yet here they stood, together, on holy ground. The flickering firelight reflected in her eyes as she clutched a small bouquet of wildflowers, freshly picked from the hills. They trembled slightly in her grasp, not from fear, but from the immense love they represented, the love for her family, for her village, and for the deity who watched over them. As the villagers began to chant, their voices rising and falling like the tides, Alara stepped forward, compelled by an invisible force. The air around her seemed to shimmer with energy, a palpable connection to the divine. Each note of the chant reverberated within her, resonating with the very essence of her being. She could feel the weight of history resting upon her shoulders, the hopes and dreams of generations past urging her on. With a deep breath, she approached the altar, her heart racing. Kneeling before the sacred stone, she placed her wildflowers gently upon its surface. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely rising above the din of the gathering, yet imbued with sincerity. "Thank you for my family, for our home, for every moment of joy and sorrow that has shaped us." Her words hung in the air, a promise to honor the past while embracing the unknown future. The drums intensified, a call to the divine as offerings were raised high, each person presenting their own token of gratitude. A young boy held up a simple loaf of bread, baked with love by his mother, while a stoic man offered a small lamb, its gentle bleating a poignant reminder of the life it represented. Each sacrifice was an act of devotion, a thread woven into the intricate tapestry of worship that enveloped them all. The tension of the evening swelled as the flames leapt higher, licking at the stars above like a hungry beast. Smoke spiraled upward, carrying the prayers of the faithful into the night. It wrapped around the villagers, cloaking them in a shroud of reverence, their spirits soaring toward the heavens. Alara felt the heat on her skin, the fire igniting something within her, a desire to connect, to sacrifice not just in ritual but in her very life. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the clearing, stirring the flames and sending a shiver down Alara's spine. It felt as if the Great Spirit was responding, an ethereal presence enveloping the gathering, urging them to give more than mere tokens. Her heartbeat quickened, the world around her faded, and all that existed was the sacred moment and the fire that symbolized life, death, and renewal. As she looked around, she saw a mother cradling her child, tears glistening in her eyes, tears of hope, of fear, of love. Each person present carried their own stories, their own burdens. Alara realized that the sacrifices made were not just about physical offerings, but about the very essence of their lives, woven into the fabric of their existence. It was about acknowledging the struggles, the pain, and the joy that each breath brought. Suddenly, the drums fell silent, replaced by a stillness that felt electric. The villagers held their breath, an unspoken understanding passing between them. They were all part of something greater, a shared experience that transcended words. It was then that an elder stepped forward, his voice slow and deliberate, carrying the weight of wisdom gathered over decades. He spoke of the sacrifices of old, of how every offering was a bridge to the divine, a reminder that worship was not confined to rituals alone but lived through every action, every thought. Alara listened intently, the firelight flickering across the elder's face, illuminating the lines etched by time. She felt the urge to leap to her feet, to proclaim her commitment to live a life of gratitude, to embody the spirit of sacrifice not just on this night, but every day that followed. The fire crackled, as if urging her on, and she felt a swell of emotions rising within her, a blend of hope, determination, and a fierce resolve. As the elder concluded his words, the villagers erupted in a chorus of praise, their voices intertwining like the branches of a great tree, strong and unyielding. Alara stood taller, heart racing, ready to step fully into the call of the moment. She wanted to shout to the heavens and declare her devotion to God, to life itself. The very air around them seemed to shimmer with possibility, a reminder that sacrifices made in love would echo through the ages. And just as the flames began to dance in their most vibrant form, drawing everyone's eyes upward, a realization washed over Alara, a truth so profound it sent goosebumps racing across her skin. Worship was not merely about offerings. It was about the heart and soul poured into those gifts. It was a connection, a thread that bound her to her ancestors, her community, and the divine presence that surrounded them. The night was far from over. The altar stood tall, the flames flickering as though alive, awaiting the next wave of gratitude and devotion that would come. With every heartbeat, the air thickened with anticipation, a moment suspended in time, where the past and present joined hands, paving the way for the future. And Alara, standing at the precipice of her own transformation, knew she was ready to offer more than just flowers. She was ready to offer her life as a living tribute to the God she worshipped. The storm had raged, dark clouds swirling above like the furious heart of the world. Rain lashed down, fierce and unrelenting, drowning everything it touched. The earth trembled beneath the weight of despair, and the air crackled with a raw electric tension. Then, as if the heavens themselves had taken a breath, the clouds parted. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth, casting hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet across the darkened sky. There it appeared, the rainbow, a breathtaking arc of colors glistening in the sunlight, a promise forged in the fabric of creation. To the people witnessing this spectacle, it was more than a natural phenomenon. It was a divine declaration. Centuries ago, a weary man named Noah stood near the remnants of a world washed clean. His heart, heavy with the weight of loss and the burden of survival, lifted at the sight of that vibrant ark. It was a signal, a powerful reminder that amidst chaos and destruction, hope could take root once more. The covenant, as it would be known, was more than a mere agreement. It was a bond woven into the very essence of existence, a promise from God that the earth would never again be consumed by such devastation. In the days that followed, the whispers of the rainbow spread like wildfire across the land. Families gathered around flickering fires, sharing tales of how the skies had opened, revealing the beauty that lay beyond the darkness. Mothers clasped their children close, their voices trembling with reverence as they spoke of the man who built an ark, defying all odds. They told of the animals, each pair gathered and saved, their eyes wide with wonder, reflecting the hope that flickered in the hearts of those who remained. But the promise came not without its shadows. In the hearts of some, doubt lingered like a stubborn cloud. What if the storm returns? They would ask, their voices low and tinged with fear. What if the earth is cleansed once more, and we are left to face the wrath of the Creator? Such thoughts were born from the ashes of despair, echoes of a time when the very ground beneath their feet was washed away. Yet, with each story shared, with each child's laughter ringing through the air, the rainbow stood tall, a visible testament to faith rekindled. Legends began to sprout around the rainbow's promise. Artists painted its vibrant colors on canvas. Poets wove it into verses that danced with hope. In the quiet solitude of the night, people would gaze up at the stars, tracing the gentle curve of the rainbow in their minds, believing that if they looked closely enough, they might catch a glimpse of divine love shining through. It became a symbol, not just of survival, but of resilience, reminding all of the sacred bond between the Creator and creation itself. As time flowed like a river, the story of the rainbow covenant traveled far and wide, crossing seas and mountains, passing through generations. Kings and queens, commoners and scholars, all found themselves drawn to its beauty, its meaning, its significance. From the ancient texts of Mesopotamia to the parables of the East, the concept of a promise, of something greater than oneself, resonated deeply within the human soul. It echoed in the chambers of every heart that longed for security in a world filled with uncertainty. In a small village nestled between rolling hills, life thrived under the watchful gaze of the rainbow. Children played beneath its colorful arch, their laughter mingling with the soft rustle of leaves. Elders told stories of the flood, of the man who listened closely to the voice of God, and how that same voice had painted the sky with colors of promise. Each generation added its brushstroke to the canvas, deepening the understanding and reverence for the covenant. But not all were at peace with the rainbow's message. A few resisted, their hearts hardened by the trials of life. They scoffed at the idea of divine promise, their laughter echoing through the valleys like a chilling wind. "What proof is there?" they challenged, their words sharp as shards of glass. "What assurance do we have that the storm will not come again?" Their doubts hung in the air, heavy and oppressive, casting shadows on the vibrant hues. Yet, the rainbow stood firm, unwavering against the tide of disbelief. It arched high above, a bridge between heaven and earth. With every storm that rolled in, it reappeared, reminding the world of the divine assurance that had been etched into the sky itself. Farmers planted their seeds with newfound faith, their hopes entwined with the colors overhead. Couples exchanged vows, promising to love one another as fiercely as the floodwaters had once raged. The colors of the rainbow danced in the hearts of those who dared to believe, igniting a flame of resilience that could never be extinguished. Each hue whispered tales of redemption, of second chances, of a love so profound that it reached beyond the limits of human understanding. In those moments of reflection, as eyes gazed upon the radiant arc, the spirit of hope surged, filling the air with anticipation. And so, the promise of the rainbow lived on, transcending time and space. It flowed like a river through the ages, weaving itself into the very fabric of humanity. People spoke of it in hushed tones, as if uttering its name could summon its power. Yet, as they did, they knew that the covenant was not merely a story. It was a living truth, alive in the hearts of every believer, binding them to a greater narrative that stretched beyond themselves. As dusk fell and the horizon blazed with the last whispers of sunlight, the sky transformed into a tapestry of colors, each one more vivid than the last. The rainbow shimmered, beckoning like a distant promise yet to be fulfilled. And beneath its luminous glow, the world held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, feeling the pulse of the covenant echoing through the ages. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very fabric of existence was poised at the brink of something extraordinary. The earth was hushed, as if holding its breath, waiting for a command that would echo through the ages. After the storm had receded and the waters had finally withdrawn, Noah stood on the muddy ground, a living testament to both survival and a fresh start. The remnants of the flood were still visible, fallen trees, debris scattered like forgotten memories, and the scent of wet earth mingled with something new, something reborn. Tension hung heavy in the air, a mix of anticipation and uncertainty. Noah looked at the rugged landscape around him, now a blank canvas for life to flourish again. The horizon was a stretch of endless possibility, begging to be filled with the colors of the world. A deep sense of purpose filled his heart, merging with the overwhelming weight of responsibility. He was not just the last of a line. He was a steward of creation, tasked with a monumental command to replenish the earth. His family stood near, weary but resolute. Each face wore the shadows of what they had endured, yet there was a flicker of hope in their eyes. They had faced the raging waters, the chaos of a world undone, and now they were here, together, with a chance to redefine the future. The air was thick with emotion, a blend of relief and the quiet fear of the unknown. Noah raised his hands, palms open, as if to receive a blessing from the heavens above. "Be fruitful and multiply," he instructed, his voice steady, but the gravity of his words hung like a storm cloud over them. "Fill the earth." With each word, a sense of urgency surged through him. Life needed to flourish once more, and the command was not merely a directive. It was a promise of hope, a call to action. The earth had been stripped bare, but in its nakedness lay the potential for renewal. As his family absorbed his words, the weight of the moment pressed down on them. His sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, exchanged glances, understanding the enormity of the task ahead. They had witnessed the destruction of the old world, and now they were entrusted with the stewardship of this new beginning. Each heartbeat echoed a silent vow. They would honor their father's command, and through their efforts, the earth would once again teem with life. Noah turned his gaze to the remnants of what once was. His heart ached for the forgotten beauty of the world that had been, yet in that ache was the seed of determination. The memories of lush forests and vibrant fields urged him forward. They had to act quickly before the silence of the post-flood world became a haunting reminder of what they had lost. The first step was to reclaim the land. As they worked together, the rhythm of their labor became a symphony of renewal. They dug into the soil, turning earth that had been washed clean, planting seeds that promised to awaken the sleeping ground. Each seed was a tiny miracle, holding within it the potential for life that could rise strong and true. It was a toil that bound them closer, a shared endeavor that carved their place in the cycle of life. Days turned into weeks, and the landscape began to shift. Green shoots pushed through the soil, eager to kiss the sun. The family gathered around their small garden, marveling at the resilience of nature. With every sprout, A piece of their hope took root, and the harsh specter of the flood began to fade. Laughter mingled with the songs of birds returning, a chorus of life dancing back into their world. But with each day of progress, shadows loomed on the horizon. The world was still raw and vulnerable, and deep-rooted fears of what could come next gnawed at their spirits. Whispers carried on the wind hinted at dangers that the family could not yet see. Animals had begun to wander back, but what about the more sinister remnants of the old world? The unknown was a persistent companion, lurking at the edges of their newfound hope. One evening, as the sun dipped low, casting a golden glow over their small settlement, Noah felt a chill run down his spine. They were not alone in their quest. The rustle of leaves, the distant growls, and the flickering shadows hinted at something waiting. He could sense the earth's vulnerability, that even amidst the beauty of new life, darkness could creep back in. Would they be able to protect what they had begun to nurture? Determined not to let fear win, Noah gathered his family around a fire. Flames crackled, illuminating their faces, casting flickering shadows that danced like spirits of the past. "We must stand together," he said, his voice unwavering. "This is our new beginning, and we will not let it be taken from us." In that moment of unity, they felt the earth resonate beneath them, a heartbeat that mirrored their own. They were not just restoring the land. They were weaving themselves into its very fabric. With each seed sown, they became part of a greater story, one that stretched back to the dawn of creation. The thrill of life surged around them, a reminder that the command was not just a burden but a blessing. As the stars emerged in the twilight sky, the family sat in silence, reflecting on the enormity of their task. The air was electric with possibility, but also heavy with the weight of the past. They knew that the journey of replenishing the earth would not be without challenges. Yet, the fire in their hearts burned brighter than the shadows that threatened to encroach upon their newfound home. And so, with the command echoing in their minds, "Be fruitful and multiply," they prepared for the challenges ahead. The earth awaited their actions, its voice a gentle whisper of encouragement. The world, though scarred, was ready to be filled again with life, hope, and the enduring spirit of those who dared to dream. Each day would unfold like a new chapter, a testament to their resilience. And with that, the winds of change began to stir once more. The sun began to sink beneath the horizon, casting a warm golden hue across the lush landscape of the vineyard. Rows of grapevines stretched endlessly, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the evening light. It was a sight that promised new beginnings, yet a sense of foreboding hung in the air, as delicate and potent as the sweet scent of ripening grapes. This was Noah's new life, a life filled with hope, but also shadows that whispered of consequences yet to unfold. Noah stood at the edge of the vineyard, his hands resting on the rough wooden fence. The soft rustling of the vines, swaying gently in the breeze, was a melody that spoke of peace. But in the depths of his heart, a tempest brewed. He had come through the storm, quite literally, and now here was this land full of promise, a stark contrast to the destruction that had once surrounded him. He felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, the burden of rebuilding not just his home but the very fabric of humanity. The vineyard was a symbol of that rebirth, yet it was also a reminder of the fragility of life. As he walked through the rows of vines, he recalled the days before the flood, days filled with laughter, family, and a future that had been ripped away. The faces of his loved ones haunted him, their smiles now a bittersweet memory. He could almost hear his sons laughing, the sound echoing in his mind, mingling with the cries of despair that had come before. The vineyard was not just a place to cultivate grapes. It was a canvas upon which to paint his dreams and fears, both mingled in a chaotic dance. On this evening, Noah's sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, joined him. Each carried the weight of their own thoughts, their faces reflecting the struggle between hope and the scars of the past. As they gathered, there was a palpable tension in the air, a silent acknowledgement of what was at stake. They were men now, molded by loss and survival, but the bond between them was still strong, tethered by shared trials and triumphs. "What should we plant first?" Shem asked, looking out over the vineyard with a mixture of excitement and uncertainty. The sun cast long shadows, and for a moment, doubt crept into Noah's heart. Would they be able to tend this land? Would it yield the fruit they hoped for? He thought of the stories he had heard about vineyards, of farmers who toiled endlessly, only to watch their crops wither under a merciless sun or drown in unexpected storms. "Let's plant what we need to survive," Noah replied, his voice steady, though a storm brewed inside him. "The vines will tell us what to do. We must listen." The words felt heavy, laden with the wisdom of a man who had faced death and emerged alive, yet changed. He could not shake the feeling that this vineyard was both a gift and a test. Days turned into weeks, and the vineyard flourished, each vine stretching toward the sky like a child reaching for the stars. The family worked side by side, laughter punctuating their labor, but sometimes a shadow would flicker across their faces, an unspoken fear that the past would return. Noah had tried to bury his own demons, but they lurked, waiting for the opportune moment to surface. One evening, as they gathered to share a meal under the stars, the mood shifted. Ham, his brow furrowed, could no longer contain his thoughts. What if the world outside doesn't accept us? What if they see us as cursed? The words hung heavy in the air, the weight of history pressing down on them. Noah's heart raced as he sensed the darkness creeping in, the unhealed wounds of their past reopening. "Those who survived are our allies," Noah asserted, trying to instill courage amid the fear. "We are a new generation. We can build a future without the sins of the past." His voice rang with the conviction of a father determined to protect his sons. Yet he felt the uncertainty coil within him like a serpent. What if he was wrong? As the days melted into each other, a subtle shift began to occur. The vineyard thrived, yet Noah noticed something unsettling. The vines, once so full of life, began to exhibit strange, almost unnatural growth. Grapes formed in clusters, but their colors seemed too vibrant, too alluring, as if beckoning to be picked. The sun cast a golden sheen over the fruit, but something felt off, a dissonance in nature's rhythm. One fateful night, drawn by an inexplicable pull, Noah ventured into the vineyard alone, the moonlight illuminating the path ahead. As he walked among the vines, a deep sense of foreboding settled in his bones. The air was thick with an intoxicating sweetness, and he could hear the faint rustle of the leaves, whispering secrets he wasn't ready to hear. When he reached a cluster of grapes, he hesitated, his heart pounding in his chest. He could feel the weight of the past pressing down on him, the memory of the flood flooding back. Was this fruit a gift or a curse? As he reached out to touch the grapes, a vision struck him. Flashes of laughter transforming into screams, the beauty of life morphing into the horror of destruction. With trembling hands, he plucked a grape and tasted its juice, sharp and sweet on his tongue. The moment was electric, a rush of sensation that sent shockwaves through his body. In that instant, the vineyard became more than just a plot of land. It was a living entity, throbbing with life and death intertwined. The sweetness of the grape tasted like the promise of a new start, but it also carried echoes of old sins. Noah stumbled back, the realization hitting him harder than any wave of the flood. In his quest to rebuild, he had inadvertently awakened something ancient and powerful within the vineyard. He felt the ground shift beneath him, the weight of history begging to be honored, and the shadows of his past creeping closer. As the moon blazed above, he turned to return to his family, his heart pounding with the urgency of what lay ahead. The vineyard was alive, yes, but it was also a mirror reflecting their deepest fears and desires. The consequences of this new life were only beginning to unfurl, and the uncharted path ahead loomed like a dark cloud on the horizon. Where would this journey lead them? The answer danced just out of reach, but one thing was certain. The tapestry of their existence was woven with both light and shadow, and each thread would demand its place in the story yet to be told. Under the heavy pall of the evening sky, the tension in the air was palpable, thick as the fog that rolled in off the distant hills. A dim light flickered from inside the modest house, casting long shadows that danced across the yard. whispering secrets of the past. This was a place where family ties were both a comfort and a curse, where laughter could quickly turn to tears, and where love was often overshadowed by unspoken resentments. Ham, the youngest son of Noah, stood at the edge of that yard, his heart heavy. The weight of his father's disapproval hung around him like a storm cloud, dark and menacing. The story of Ham was not just his own. It was woven into the fabric of family dynamics that had stretched across generations. His brothers, Shem and Japheth, stood tall and proud, their father's favorite, basking in the glow of Noah's approval. Ham felt like a shadow, constantly overlooked, always fighting for light. As Ham cast his gaze toward the house, he recalled the fateful night when everything changed. Noah, having survived the great flood, had planted a vineyard, a symbol of new beginnings. But after a long day of labor, he had celebrated a little too heartily. The laughter that had filled the night air turned to gasps of horror when Ham stumbled upon his father in a compromised state, lying exposed under the stars. The scene played out painfully in his mind. He had rushed to tell his brothers, but instead of sympathy, he found disdain. They had covered their father with a cloak, their backs turned to the shame Ham had inadvertently unearthed. Their whispered judgments felt like daggers, and the weight of his actions lingered, festering like an untreated wound. Noah awoke to find his sons around him, but the atmosphere was charged with something unnameable. Disappointment pierced through his words as he discovered what Ham had done. "Cursed be Canaan," he had declared, condemning Ham's son to servitude for an act that was as much a consequence of family loyalty as it was a misstep. Ham's heart quaked as he listened to the echoes of those words, the weight of a curse that would transcend time, striking at the very heart of their lineage. Days turned into years, and the curse that had befallen Ham's descendants loomed like a dark cloud over the future. Families fractured under the weight of inherited shame, nurtured by the whispers of the past. Ham often pondered the fairness of it all. His brothers thrived, their descendants possessing the blessings denied to him. The air crackled with unspoken tensions whenever they gathered, each interaction a reminder of the invisible line drawn between them. In the larger world outside, civilizations rose and fell, but within this family, the dynamics unfolded with an intensity that could rival any great empire. The descendants of Ham struggled against the tide of history, their spirits often crushed under the weight of expectations and judgments that flowed from Noah's words. The stories passed down through the generations twisted and turned, becoming myths that further complicated the already fraught relationships. Each telling added layers of bitterness, and the curse morphed into something larger than life, a figure lurking in the shadows of their thoughts. Ham's name became synonymous with shame, a haunting reminder of a momentary lapse that had turned into a family legacy. Yet, in the midst of this torment, there were flickers of rebellion. Ham's children sought to forge their own paths, to redefine what it meant to carry the burden of their ancestry. They created communities where they could celebrate their identity, breaking free from the chains of the past. But with every step toward freedom, the shadow of the curse loomed larger, a reminder of the familial ties that bound them, as well as the darkness that threatened to consume them. In quiet moments, Ham would sit alone, his mind racing as he tried to reconcile the love he felt for his family with the pain of their judgment. The world outside was filled with noise and chaos, but within the walls of his home, the silence was deafening. The echoes of laughter from his brothers felt like specters, haunting him, reminding him that he was forever an outsider in his own family. The night air grew colder, and with it, the tension thickened. Ham's heart raced as he thought of confronting his father's spirit, of demanding to know why grace was reserved for Shem and Japheth and not for him. Why was he to bear the brunt of a curse that felt unjust, amplified by the very family he loved? The thought propelled him forward, driving him to seek answers that had long been buried beneath layers of guilt and shame. But as he moved closer to the house, a chill swept through him, like a warning whisper that echoed through the ages. The stories of Ham's lineage held power, and touching upon those ancestral wounds could either liberate or destroy him. The curse wasn't just a familial burden. It was a reminder of the complexity of love and loyalty, of the ties that bind yet can also strangle. He stood at the threshold, heart pounding, knowing this moment could change everything. The flickering light within the house beckoned him, yet it also warned him of the storm that lay ahead. Would he find the answers he sought, or would he unearth more pain? As the door creaked open, Hem inhaled deeply, ready to confront the ghosts of his past, unaware of the unraveling that lay within. The night was far from over, and the story was just beginning to thread its way through the tapestry of time. A chilling wind whispered through the ancient olive trees, carrying with it echoes of a time long past, when the world was fresh from the touch of creation. Beneath the sprawling branches, a figure stood, the very essence of both promise and calamity. Noah, a man burdened with the weight of generations yet to come, gazed out at the horizon, where the sky met the earth in a blend of uncertainty. He knew that his lineage would shape destinies, intertwining lives in ways he could scarcely comprehend. The floodwaters had receded, leaving behind a world reborn but shadowed by memories of devastation. Noah's heart swelled with the knowledge that he was not merely a survivor but the patriarch of a new beginning. His sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, were more than just children. They were the architects of humanity's future, each destined to carve paths that would ripple through time. The air around them hummed with potential, vibrant yet tinged with the haunting reminder of what had been lost. Shem, the eldest, stood proudly, embodying the spirit of righteousness. His lineage would eventually lead to the people of Israel, chosen and set apart, destined to carry the weight of the divine promise. There was a fire in his eyes, a silent vow to uphold the legacy of faith and devotion. The stories of his ancestors would be etched into the hearts of his descendants, tales of deliverance and courage that would echo through the ages. As he surveyed the land, visions of a great nation filled his mind, a tapestry of hope woven from threads of sacred trust. Ham, the middle son, bore a different spirit. In his heart, a storm brewed, a tempest fueled by ambition and the desire to carve out a name for himself. He would become the father of nations that would rise and fall, kingdoms that would know glory and shame. His path would wander through the shadows of history, marked by triumphs and tragedies alike. While the legacy of his brothers would shine with divine light, Ham's would carry the weight of moral complexity, reflecting the dual nature of humanity itself. Then there was Japheth, the youngest, with dreams that spanned horizons yet uncharted. His descendants would populate vast lands, spreading across continents, mingling cultures, and sharing stories. The gentleness in his demeanor belied a deep-seated strength, a determination to bridge divides and foster peace. In his heart, Japheth held the potential for unity, a legacy that would intertwine with the threads of his brother's stories, crafting a rich fabric of human experience. Noah looked at his sons and felt a pang of longing for the simple days before the flood, before the world had been stripped bare. The memories of laughter and joy mingled with the somber knowledge of their task ahead. He stepped closer, wrapping his arms around them, a protective embrace infused with both love and gravity. "You are the future," he said, his voice steady yet trembling with emotion. "From us, life will spring anew. Remember this moment, for it is the beginning of all things." As time flowed like the rivers that wound through the valleys, the generations of Noah unfurled like a scroll, each name a brushstroke in the larger masterpiece of history. From Shem came the Semitic peoples, the cradle of faith, where the stories of the Torah would emerge, whispering truths to those who would listen. His descendants would turn to God for guidance, crafting a legacy steeped in spiritual depth, where the covenant would dance through their lives like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. Ham's line, however, would find itself at a crossroads. From his descendants sprang nations that would be marked by their own trials and tribulations. Egypt, a powerful empire, would rise from his lineage, showcasing the brilliance of civilization, yet haunted by the shadows of oppression. The stories of Ham's children would intertwine with the fabric of world history, a testament to the complexities of power and the struggles of the human spirit. Meanwhile, Japheth's descendants would venture into the unknown, bravely establishing new lands and cultures. The echoes of his journey resounded across mountains and seas, as his lineage spread far and wide, carrying with it the hopes and dreams of countless lives. The laughter of children, the songs of harvest, the firelight of shared stories, all would be woven into the narrative of humanity, a collective legacy that transcended borders and differences. Yet, as the generations passed, the challenges they faced were not merely external but internal struggles that would test their faith, integrity, and sense of identity. The weight of Noah's legacy bore down on them, a reminder that greatness came with responsibility. Tensions flared, loyalties were tested, and the bonds of brotherhood would be strained as the world around them shifted and changed. In the shadows of their triumphs, darkness lurked. Moments of jealousy and betrayal would creep into their lives, reminding them that even the most noble of lineages could falter. The stories of their lives unfolded like a tapestry woven with gold and shadows, each thread a testament to both their triumphs and their failures. The beauty of their legacy lay not just in their accomplishments but in their struggles against the tide of fate, the heart-wrenching moments that would shape their understanding of love, loss, and redemption. As Noah stood amidst the remnants of the old world, he felt the weight of his choices. He had been entrusted with a new beginning, but would his sons rise to the occasion? Would they honor their lineage, or would they become lost in the chaos of the world? The winds shifted, swirling around him, carrying whispers of what was to come. The legacy of Noah and his sons would not just be written in the annals of history, but in the hearts and souls of those who followed, echoing through the ages like the heartbeat of humanity itself. In that moment, a shiver ran down Noah's spine as he sensed the looming challenges, like shadows creeping across the land. The very fabric of their existence was at stake, intertwined with the destinies of countless souls yet unborn. The winds of change were gathering strength, ready to usher in an era that would demand courage, conviction, and a reckoning with the past. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the landscape, Noah clasped his hands, praying for wisdom and guidance. For the future was waiting, and the generations of Noah were about to take their first steps into the unknown. In the valley of Shinar, where the sun rose like a fiery orb casting its first light upon a world forever changed, humanity stood on the threshold of a bold new venture. The air buzzed with a cacophony of voices, an orchestra of ambition and hope. Men and women, united in spirit yet diverse in thought, gathered with dreams shimmering in their eyes. They had survived the Great Flood, an event that had washed away their past and left them craving connection, purpose, and a lasting legacy. "Let us make a name for ourselves," one man proclaimed, his voice rising above the throng. He was Nimrod, a mighty hunter and leader, whose very being seemed to pulse with the strength of the earth itself. The crowd erupted in agreement, their faces lit with a mixture of determination and fear. They sought not just survival, but significance, a monumental statement that would echo through the ages. The flood had cleansed the world, but it had also ignited an indomitable spirit within them. As they began their ambitious task, the earth trembled beneath the weight of their aspirations. Bricks were made from sun-baked clay, and tar was gathered from the depths of the earth. The scent of fresh mortar mixed with the sweat of laborers who toiled day and night. Each brick was a promise, a testament to their resolve. They envisioned a tower that would scrape the heavens, a stairway to reach God. They wanted to show the strength of their unity and defy the waters that had once threatened to swallow them whole. But amidst the fervor, beneath the surface of their grand designs, a silent storm brewed. As the structure rose, so did whispers of pride and ambition. The builders, initially bound by a shared dream, began to see themselves as equals to their creator. They spoke in one tongue, but their hearts began to diverge. The very language that united them also became a vehicle for arrogance. They wanted to be gods in their own right, to challenge the divine order that had once cleansed the earth. It was a vision so grand, yet precarious. The bricks seemed to shimmer with a life of their own, each one carrying the weight of human aspiration. But with every layer added, the foundation of humility began to crumble. The laughter of children playing in the dirt below was silenced, replaced by the clamor of industry and ambition. What had once been a vibrant community began to feel more like a machine, each person a cog in the relentless pursuit of glory. As night fell, a hush descended over the workers. The towering structure, illuminated by torches flickering like stars, cast long shadows across the land. It was beautiful and terrifying, a monument to human ingenuity that seemed to challenge the very heavens. But in that moment of triumph, a divine presence watched, its patience stretched thin. Was this truly the response to the flood? A defiance that echoed the very hubris that had led to humanity's downfall? Then came the moment that would change everything. A voice, deep and reverberating like thunder, broke through the night. Let us go down and confuse their language, so that they may not understand one another. The whisper of the divine sent shivers down spines, a fearsome reminder of the flood's aftermath. The people, once united in purpose, suddenly found themselves cast adrift in a sea of confusion. The words they had spoken with such confidence became tangled in their mouths, each syllable a foreign sound. Anger and frustration ignited as builders cursed each other in tongues they could no longer comprehend. Where there was once harmony, chaos erupted. The harmonious chorus of voices turned into a chaotic symphony of shouting and gesturing, hands waving in desperation, eyes wide with disbelief. Nimrod stood amidst the turmoil, confusion etched across his face. He shouted commands, but they fell on deaf ears, lost amidst the cacophony. The tower, once a symbol of their dreams, now felt like a prison, walls closing in under the weight of their own ambitions. Irony wrapped around them like a shroud. They had sought to reach the heavens, and instead, found themselves cast down. One by one, people began to drift away, seeking solace in the familiar comfort of their own kin, their laughter fading into the dusk. The dream of a singular voice, of unity through strength, shattered like glass beneath their feet. The tower, once a beacon of hope, stood frozen in time, a ghost of what might have been. As the last remnants of hope slipped through their fingers, they scattered across the earth. The Valley of Shinar, once a bustling hub of dreams, became a place of solitude and reflection. Every brick that lay abandoned told a story of ambition turned to ash, of dreams that had soared and then plummeted into the abyss of pride. But in the silence that followed, amidst the echoes of lost unity, seeds of a new beginning were quietly planted. Different languages emerged, each a unique thread in the rich tapestry of humanity. As they wandered away from the remnants of their tower, their hearts still pulsed with the fire of creation. They would build again, but this time the foundations would be laid not in pride, but in humility. The lessons learned would ripple through generations, and as the people dispersed, the world spiraled into a new chapter. Confusion lingered, but so did the hope for understanding, for connection born not from ambition, but from shared experience. The Tower of Babel stood as a silent sentinel, a reminder of humanity's struggle against the tide of its own making, a testament that history, though marked by failures, was also imbued with the promise of rebirth. In the distance, as night fell and stars ignited the sky, the tales of the tower would be passed down, a story woven into the very fabric of existence. The future awaited, and though the shadows of the past loomed large, a flicker of hope danced ever so brightly. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the ancient landscape, illuminating the story of the Arkansas. It was a vessel that had weathered storms, both literal and metaphorical, through the ages. Legends whispered of its power, a divine artifact that held within it the weight of humanity's fate and the promise of redemption. The Ark was not merely a wooden structure. It was a poignant symbol of hope, faith, and the unwavering belief in something greater than oneself. As the rain fell in torrents, the relentless hammering against the boat echoed the fears of a world that had strayed too far from its roots. Imagine the people, heartbeats quickening, as they gazed upon this massive ship, its silhouette growing ever more ominous against the darkening sky. They gathered in clusters, some filled with dread, others with a flicker of hope, pondering the theological implications of the Arkansas. Would it save them? Would it bring about a new beginning? The Ark stood tall, a beacon of resilience amidst chaos, invoking an array of emotions that spanned from despair to unwavering faith. Ancient texts tell of the ark's construction, guided by divine instruction, each timber chosen and shaped with purpose. Noah, a man of profound faith, dedicated his life to building this floating sanctuary amid the ridicule of those around him. His story is one of conviction, showcasing the essence of belief in the unseen. The theological interpretations surrounding the ark are rich and manifold, revealing layers of meaning as complex as the rings of a tree. Each interpretation offers a lesson, a way to connect the human experience with the divine. As the rain poured from the heavens, thoughts wandered to the symbolism of water itself, a force of destruction and a source of life. The ark was a paradox, a vessel designed to endure the deluge while preserving the very essence of life. It represented salvation against the backdrop of impending doom, embodying the struggle between chaos and order. Beneath the surface, a question lingered. What does it mean to be saved? And who decides who is worthy of salvation? In a world where love and faith often clash with doubt, the ark's story urges reflection on the nature of obedience. Noah's unwavering commitment to follow divine commands, despite the laughter of his neighbors, speaks volumes about the spiritual journey each person must undertake. His faith was not blind. It was informed by experience, a relationship forged over years of listening and trusting. As those who stood outside the ark trembled in fear, they were unknowingly confronted with their own choices and the consequences that followed. Consider the men and women who did not heed Noah's warning. Their hearts hardened against the truth laid before them. The theological interpretations of their plight resonate through the ages, a stark reminder of the importance of humility and the willingness to accept guidance. The ark was more than a sanctuary. It was a lesson in the value of listening to the divine whispers that call each soul to a greater purpose. As the echoes of thunder roared overhead, a sense of urgency filled the air. Inside the ark, a cacophony of sounds mingled, animals shuffled, their instincts keenly aware of the impending storm. Each creature, from the roar of the lion to the gentle coo of the dove, was a testament to divine creativity, their very presence reinforcing the idea that coexistence is not just possible, but essential. The ark housed life in all its diversity, a microcosm of the world outside and a profound reminder of the interconnectedness of all beings. The floodwaters rose, and with them came the realization that faith often requires an act of surrender. The ark was a sanctuary of hope, yet it also represented a profound trust in something unseen. The lessons from the ark extend beyond mere survival. They challenge the individual to confront their faith, to navigate the tumult of belief in the face of uncertainty. Would the occupants of this mighty vessel cling to hope amidst waves of doubt? As the tempest raged on, the ark rocked gently on the waters, a steady reminder that even in chaos, there is calm. The stories of those aboard, their fears, hopes, and unshakable bonds, whispered truths about the nature of divine love. The ark was not built simply to save its passengers. It was a testament to the transformative power of faith. Each theological interpretation echoed through the ages, inviting the listener to ponder their own journey through faith and doubt. Outside, the world faced a reckoning, a cleansing that was both terrifying and magnificent. The swirling waters symbolized trials that could either destroy or refine, demanding the question, what would emerge from the depths? The ark, a vessel of salvation, was also a harbinger of change, a poignant reminder that every ending is but a prelude to a new beginning. As the storm subsided and the clouds parted, a rainbow emerged, bridging heaven and earth, a sign of promise renewed. The lessons from the ark extended into the hearts of all who witnessed it, creating an unbreakable bond between past, present, and future. Hope flourished amidst the wreckage of despair, a beautiful testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the boundless reach of divine grace. In this moment, the ark stood as a profound embodiment of faith's journey, struggling against the tide of doubt, reaching for hope amidst chaos, and ultimately finding unity even in diversity. The story continued to unfold, a rich tapestry woven with threads of emotion, beckoning the reader to linger just a moment longer, to reflect, and to embrace the unfolding narrative of faith and salvation that awaited just beyond the horizon. The air was thick with anticipation, a tension that wrapped around the crowded gallery like a whisper. Paintings hung on the walls, each one telling a story, but in the center stood a grand, awe-inspiring rendition of the Ark of the Covenant. It shimmered as if imbued with 1,000 secrets, drawing eyes as if it were alive. The Ark, a symbol of divine power and protection, has transcended time and culture, weaving its way into the fabric of human emotion and belief. In the early days, the Ark was more than just an object. It was a promise. Crafted from acacia wood and overlaid with gold, it housed the tablets of the law, believed to be the very words of God. The Israelites carried it through their trials, a beacon of hope in the wilderness. This formidable presence echoed throughout history, inspiring artists, writers, and dreamers alike. The Ark wasn't merely a myth. It became a muse that ignited creativity and sparked imagination across continents. As centuries slipped by, the Ark found its way into the stories of ancient civilizations. In Egypt, artists depicted it in intricate hieroglyphs, intertwining it with their pantheon of gods. The powerful pharaohs sought its favor, believing that its presence would bring them closer to the divine. The Ark's representation in art captured not only the physical beauty of the structure, but also the awe it inspired. Its golden sheen painted on papyrus was more than a mere image. It was the embodiment of faith, unyielding through the ages. In the heart of Rome, the Ark emerged anew. Elaborate mosaics adorned the walls of churches, illustrating the Ark's journey through biblical history. The early Christians adopted its imagery, infusing it with their own meanings of salvation and grace. Artists like Giotto and Michelangelo used their brushes to breathe life into these ancient tales, creating pieces that resonated with the struggles and triumphs of the faithful. Viewers stood captivated, feeling the weight of the Ark's significance, its presence stretching beyond time and space. The Renaissance, a time of rebirth and exploration, saw artists pushing boundaries. In the masterful hands of Raphael, the Ark transformed into a symbol of heavenly glory. His frescoes conveyed not only the story of the Ark but also the emotional weight it carried, a vessel of divine love and mercy. Each stroke of paint was a heartbeat, a pulse that resonated in the soul, urging onlookers to ponder their own faith. Yet, the Ark was not confined to religious art alone. In literature, it took on a life of its own. Authors, poets, and playwrights drew upon its rich symbolism. In the hands of William Blake, the Ark became a reflection of the human struggle against tyranny, a sacred rebellion against oppression. Blake's words danced off the page, urging readers to envision the Ark as a powerful force, a reminder that faith and justice were eternally intertwined. As time marched on, the Ark's influence grew, spreading beyond the walls of churches and the pages of books. The impact of the Ark rippled through the works of modern artists, musicians, and filmmakers. In the throes of the 20th century, the Ark transformed yet again. It appeared in cinema, most notably in Steven Spielberg's iconic Raiders of the Lost Arkansas. The film captivated audiences, intertwining adventure with the allure of the mysterious. The Ark represented not just a biblical artifact but a craving for adventure, for the unknown, a quest that resonated with the wanderer in everyone. As the film rolled across screens, viewers were swept into a world where the Ark was a treasure to be pursued, a clash of faith and greed. The goosebumps arose not just from the thrills but from the realization that the Ark was larger than life, a vessel of hope and despair. This cinematic portrayal renewed the fascination with the Ark, sparking a resurgence of interest in its historical roots, prompting scholars and enthusiasts to dig deeper into its past. In every corner of culture, the Ark's essence lingered. Musicians composed symphonies in its honor, drawing inspiration from the notion that music, like the Ark, could bridge the earthly and the divine. Choirs raised their voices in praise, echoing the joyous celebrations of the Israelites as they welcomed the Ark into their midst. Each note reverberated with the stories of ancient times, crafting an emotional bond that transcended language and culture. In contemporary art, the Ark emerged as a symbol of unity and diversity. Artists from various backgrounds infused it with personal significance, each interpretation layered with unique emotions and cultural narratives. Murals splashed across city walls, depicting the Ark as a metaphor for hope in turbulent times, a reminder that belief in something greater can lead to resilience and strength. This thread of connection ran deeper still, culminating in global dialogues about faith, identity, and belonging. The Ark became a focal point for discussions on spirituality, as people sought to understand its place in an ever-changing world. Museums curated exhibits focused on the Ark's historical significance, inviting viewers to engage with its stories and the emotional weight it carried through time. In this tapestry of art and culture, the Ark stood resolutely, a symbol of enduring faith and human aspiration. The whispers of the past echoed through each brushstroke, each note, each word, as the world continued to grapple with its legacy. The Ark was not simply an artifact. It was a living testament to the power of belief, the pursuit of understanding, and the unbreakable bond that connects humanity across ages and cultures. With each revelation, the allure of the Ark only deepened. It beckoned to the curious, promising that there would always be more to uncover, more stories to be told. The gallery remained alive with emotion, as visitors stood transfixed, feeling the weight of history pressing upon their shoulders. The Ark, with its golden glimmer and profound significance, was more than an object. It was a bridge through time, uniting the past and the future in an unending dance of faith and creativity. And as the night fell and the last light flickered, the stories whispered on, waiting to take on new forms, to inspire the next generation of dreamers and believers. In a quiet corner of the world, beneath layers of earth and time, lies a tale waiting to be told. A group of archaeologists stood in the dim light of a cave, their breaths visible in the chill of the air. Before them sprawled ancient drawings, faint yet striking, etched into the stone by hands long gone. The flickering light from their torches danced across the walls, revealing scenes that pulsed with life, figures hunting, feasting, and perhaps even mourning. It was a moment that sent shivers down their spines, a direct connection across millennia to those who came before. The excitement was palpable. Each stroke of the brush or tool, each line drawn by a skilled hand, whispered secrets of a civilization that had once thrived, pulsing with the energy of existence. What did these people feel as they immortalized their stories on stone? Did they worry about the future? Did they hope for immortality? This sharing of their lives through art was a testament to their humanity, an echo of emotions that transcended the ages. As the archaeologists meticulously documented their findings, they uncovered more than just images. They found remnants of tools, pottery, and bones. Each artifact unearthed had its own story, a narrative woven into the very fabric of the earth. Heartbeats quickened as they realized they were holding history in their hands. A shard of pottery with intricate designs might have belonged to a mother cradling her child, while a carved stone tool brought to life the struggles of survival. The weight of these items was immense, pressing down on their hearts with the gravity of the past. Then came the moment that would change everything. A sudden scrape of metal against stone echoed through the cave, sending a chill racing through the group. With bated breath, they turned to find a hidden chamber, its entrance shrouded in shadows. The air felt different, charged with anticipation. They could feel the pulse of history resonating through the walls, urging them forward. As they stepped inside, the flickering torches revealed a treasure trove of artifacts, each one a fragment of a story long lost. Beneath their feet lay a skeletal remains, a fragile echo of life once lived. The archaeologists knelt, the gravity of the moment almost overwhelming. This was not just a collection of bones. It was a connection to another human being, a soul whose life had been filled with laughter, tears, struggles, and dreams. As they examined the remains, they could almost hear the whispers of the past, the laughter of children playing, the soft murmur of elders sharing wisdom, and the sorrow of loss. Each crack and crevice in the bone told a tale, revealing the trials and tribulations faced in a world that was at once both foreign and familiar. As they meticulously pieced together the fragments of history, they stumbled upon burial objects, jewelry, tools, and artifacts that had accompanied the deceased into the afterlife. The glint of gold and the smoothness of polished stones sparked a flurry of emotions. What did these objects mean to the people who buried them? Were they offerings for protection in the afterlife, tokens of love, or symbols of status? Each item was a clue, illuminating the beliefs, traditions, and lives of an entire community. The team felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. They were not simply excavating dirt. They were unearthing memories and dreams, myths and realities that had shaped the very essence of a culture. What if, by revealing these stories, they could shed light on the struggles and triumphs that had shaped humanity itself? The weight of their task settled heavily on their shoulders, a reminder that their work was not just about the past, but how it intertwined with the present and future. With each passing day, the narrative grew richer, reflecting the emotional tapestry of lives lived in a world unknowable yet so relatable. The bones told tales of hardship and perseverance, evidence of injuries and ailments that spoke of daily battles. The small, worn stone tools revealed the craftsmanship and ingenuity that defined a culture's very survival. In the depths of that cave, the past and present melded together, creating a hauntingly beautiful reminder of resilience. Late one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the cave, the archaeologists gathered around a flickering fire. They shared stories of what they had unearthed, their voices low but filled with wonder. Each account was a thread in the vast tapestry of history, and the more they spoke, the more the air crackled with a sense of connection. It didn't matter that they were from different backgrounds and cultures. Beneath the surface, they were united by a shared humanity, by the longing to understand, to remember, and to honor those who had come before. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled softly, a reminder that time was relentless, and they were just brief visitors in this vast continuum. The chill in the air grew sharper, and the shadows around them deepened. What other secrets lay buried, waiting to be revealed? Was there more to this site than they had yet discovered? The questions hung in the air, heavy with anticipation. As they turned to head back to the main site, the firelight flickering behind them, they could not shake the feeling that they were being watched, that the spirits of those long gone were observing their every move, perhaps curious about the future they had only glimpsed in their dreams. Each step echoed with the weight of history, a palpable reminder of the link that bound them to the past. The archaeologists emerged into the night, their hearts racing with the thrill of the unknown. What lay ahead was a path not yet taken, rife with potential and mystery. Each new layer of earth they would unearth promised to reveal more than artifacts. It was a chance to bring the past back to life, to breathe life into the stories that had lain dormant for centuries, waiting for voices to rise from the dust. The excitement crackled in the air, a promise that the adventure was just beginning. In the hush of a twilight sky, the world seems to hold its breath. A silhouette rises against the fading light, the majestic Ark of the Covenant, a symbol of divine presence and covenant between God and humanity. Its golden surface glimmers as it beckons the curious and the faithful alike. Not merely an object of history, the Ark carries within it the essence of longing, faith, and mystery that transcends time and culture. For centuries, the Ark has been cloaked in stories, wrapped in layers of belief that vary from one tradition to another. In Judaism, it is a sacred object, revered as the container for the stone tablets inscribed with the Ten Commandments. It embodies the covenant with God, a testament to a relationship built on love and responsibility. The echo of ancient chants and prayers reverberates in the minds of the faithful, reminding them of their roots and the promises made long ago. Images of priests approaching the Ark with awe and reverence paint a picture of devotion as palpable as the air around them. In Christianity, the Ark transforms yet again, becoming a symbol of salvation. Many see it as a prefiguration of Christ, whose presence brings a new covenant. The stories told in churches resonate with the faithful, where the Ark's journey becomes a metaphor for their own. The struggles of the Israelites, their wanderings, and their hope mirror the trials of life today. Each sermon, each hymn, brings forth a surge of emotion, binding congregations in a shared history that ignites a flicker of hope within their hearts. Within the walls of mosques, the Ark takes on another layer of significance. Though not explicitly mentioned in the Quran, the stories of Moses and the Israelites echo deeply within the Islamic tradition. The Ark becomes a symbol of guidance, leading believers to reflect on their own paths of faith. The reverberating call to prayer serves as a reminder of their connection to a divine plan, linking them to an ancient narrative that feels both distant and intimately close. To the indigenous peoples of the world, the Ark transcends mere religion. It resonates with their connection to the earth and the universe, symbolizing a harmony that must be maintained. Many believe that the Ark represents not a single faith but a shared spirit that binds all creation together. Their rituals invoke the presence of ancestors, creating a tapestry woven with threads of history that honors the sacredness of life itself. Despite the differences across these traditions, one common thread unites them. The Ark embodies a longing for connection, whether to the divine, to one another, or to the very essence of existence. In moments of darkness, the stories of the Ark provide light, guiding souls through uncertainty. When hope feels lost, the echoes of ancient prayers rise, filling hearts with courage. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting shadows that dance like whispers of the past, scholars gather to contemplate the Ark's meaning in modern faith. Their discussions pulse with urgency. With each word, they unveil layers of understanding that weave through history. They explore how the Ark has been a source of comfort, a pillar of strength, and a catalyst for transformation. In their eyes, the Ark is not a relic but a living narrative, breathing life into contemporary struggles and aspirations. In the distant corners of the world, artists interpret the Ark through their own lenses, capturing its essence in vibrant colors and sweeping strokes. They breathe life into stories, infusing them with a sense of urgency that pulls at the viewer's heartstrings. The Ark becomes a canvas upon which they paint their dreams and fears, illustrating how deeply it resonates in the human experience. Yet, even as the Ark inspires countless hearts, the question looms larger than life. Where is it now? Legends whisper of its disappearance, igniting a quest that sparks imaginations worldwide. Treasure hunters scour distant lands, adventurers embark on journeys through treacherous terrains, and historians sift through ancient texts in search of the elusive sacred artifact. Each story of pursuit is filled with a mix of hope and despair, as the line between belief and skepticism blurs. In the quiet darkness of night, the sound of footsteps echoes across the landscape. A group of seekers stands before a weathered map, eyes darting with anticipation. They represent a myriad of beliefs, united in their quest for understanding. With the weight of history upon their shoulders, they share tales of faith, interwoven with laughter and tears. The night air thickens with emotion as they reflect on their shared humanity, realizing that the Ark's message transcends boundaries. The wind carries their voices, echoing through the ages. Each word, a prayer. Each laugh, a celebration of life. They recognize that the Ark, whether lost or found, lives on in their hearts. It is a powerful reminder that faith is not confined to a single narrative but is a rich tapestry woven from the diverse threads of existence. As dawn breaks, casting golden rays onto their faces, the seekers stand hand in hand, anchored in the present yet reaching for the unknown. In this moment, the Ark transforms from an object of worship into a symbol of unity. It becomes a beacon of hope that invites every individual to reflect on their own faith and the connections that bind them to the world. And as the sun rises higher, illuminating the path ahead, the stories of the Ark continue, spiraling into the unknown. A timeless journey of discovery that invites all into its embrace. The whispers of the past mingle with the hopes of the future, knitting together a legacy that is far from over. The Ark, in all its majesty and mystery, calls to every soul, urging them to explore the depths of their beliefs, their connections, and their love. The quest unfolds, and the adventure continues, a vibrant thread in the tapestry of faith that knows no end. The sky hung heavy, a bruise on the horizon, as the floodwaters receded, leaving behind a ghostly landscape. What once stood as vibrant homes were now skeletal remnants of lives interrupted. The air was thick with a pungent mix of decay and desperation, as nature, in its relentless power, had swept through, leaving an indelible mark on the earth and its people. In the aftermath of destruction, a lone tree stood defiantly amidst the wreckage. Its roots, exposed and gnarled, clung to the soil with a fierce tenacity that seemed almost human. It whispered secrets of resilience to anyone who dared to listen. Children, muddy and wide-eyed, roamed the abandoned streets, their laughter clashing with the hollow silence around them. Each step they took stirred up memories of what had once flourished. Their homes, their gardens, their playgrounds. Yet, there was a spark of hope in their hearts, a flicker of something that hinted at renewal. Old Mr. Thompson, the neighborhood historian, often sat on his porch, watching the world unfold like a tragic play. He remembered a time when the river had kissed the banks gently, when the seasons danced in perfect harmony, and the community thrived. But floods weren't strangers to this town. They had come before, and they would come again. What had changed was the indifference of the people, the careless extraction of resources, the disregard for nature's gentle reminders. As Mr. Thompson shared tales of the past with the children, he spoke of ancient civilizations, of the Mayans who revered the water, living in harmony with their environment. They knew, he said, his voice trembling with passion, that taking too much would lead to ruin. They learned the hard way. A shiver ran through the cluster of kids, their youthful faces illuminated by the flickering glow of a nearby lantern. They could almost hear the echoes of history, a plea for stewardship whispered through time. Meanwhile, the adults gathered in the community center, a makeshift refuge transformed by shared grief and a collective yearning to heal. They exchanged stories of loss, but also of resilience. Each voice added to the tapestry of their experience, weaving a narrative rich in emotion, threaded with a determination to restore not just their homes, but their connection to the earth. Maria, a single mother, stood up, her heart pounding in her chest. "We cannot restore what we lost without understanding why it happened," she declared, her eyes glistening. "We've taken too much from the land. It's time we give back." There was a murmur of agreement, a shift in the air, as others began to share their ideas, hopes bubbling to the surface like the first signs of spring breaking through winter's grip. That night, in the quiet of their homes, dreams were haunted by visions of what could be. The vision of a community garden planted in the center of the town, where children could learn from the earth, where fruits and vegetables could replace the debris of broken homes. A place where the laughter of children would once again fill the air, where the old stories could be retold under the branches of the ancient tree that still stood strong. In the days that followed, they rolled up their sleeves, hands calloused and hearts open. Together, they cleared debris, salvaging what they could. With every heavy stone lifted, every piece of wood set aside for future projects, a bond formed, an understanding that they were all in this together. With each act of labor, they redefined what it meant to be stewards of their surroundings. They planted seeds, not just in the soil but in their hearts, cultivating a new sense of responsibility. The children learned to care for the plants, realizing that life was fragile and precious. They understood that just as they nurtured the seedlings, they had to nurture each other and the earth around them. The laughter that once echoed with innocence now carried a weight of understanding, a promise to honor the land that had given them so much. But nature, in its unpredictable ways, reminded them of its power. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, a thunderstorm rolled in, dark clouds swirling ominously above. The children, now wiser, gathered together, their hearts pounding as they watched the rain pour down. The ground, still tender from their new plantings, soaked in the deluge. Panic set in as the floodwaters once again began to rise. The community sprang into action, a new determination coursing through their veins. Instead of despair, they moved with urgency, recalling the lessons learned from the past. Sandbags were stacked, barriers erected, and a collective spirit emerged. There was no time to waste. They fought against the waters, each person becoming a crucial part of the whole, their bond forged in the fires of shared adversity. As the storm raged on, Mr. Thompson, with the children by his side, began to share stories of survival and resilience. "Remember the tales of the ancients," he shouted over the wind's howls. "They faced great trials, but they adapted and learned. We, too, must learn from this." The children's eyes sparkled with understanding, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the storm's fury. They realized that nature wasn't a foe to be fought against, but a teacher to be revered. As the waters began to recede, they stood together, rooted like the tree that still towered over them, a testament to endurance. In the days that followed, they took inventory of the damage, but amidst the wreckage, there was a palpable sense of unity. They gathered to reflect, to honor what had been lost, but also to celebrate what they had gained. An understanding that stewardship was not just a duty, it was a shared promise to future generations. They began to draw plans for rain gardens and swales, for community spaces that would not only withstand the floods, but thrive alongside them. With each passing day, they transformed their grief into purpose. The flood had taken much, but it had also awakened a fierce resolve to protect the land that had once sustained them. Nature, ruthless yet forgiving, would continue to shape their lives, and they were determined to honor that connection. They were no longer mere inhabitants. They were stewards, guardians of the earth, woven into its very fabric. And as the seasons changed, so did they. Each tree that blossomed and every flower that bloomed became a symbol of their commitment. Even the skies, once heavy with storm, cleared to reveal a brilliant blue, a promise of new beginnings. The community, now forever bonded by the floods, stood ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that together, they could weather any storm. In a world where storms raged and the sky turned an angry shade of gray, one vessel stood defiantly against the chaos. The Ark, crafted with the hands of faith and resolve, was more than just wood and nails. It was a lifeline threaded through the tempest. As the rain poured down, drowning the cries of despair, the Ark symbolized a flicker of hope, a beacon of renewal, and a refuge for all seeking solace from the flood. The people of that time had watched the skies grow darker with each passing day, their hearts heavy with fear. The streets turned into rivers, and homes crumbled under the relentless downpour. Yet, in the midst of this devastation, whispers of the Ark spread like wildfire. Some called Noah mad, a deluded man chasing shadows, while others were drawn to the promise of safety and a fresh start. Those who dared to believe felt a strange stirring in their hearts, a sense of hope that had long been buried beneath the weight of despair. As the animals came in pairs, a curious sense of harmony filled the air. Each creature, from the majestic lion to the timid dove, seemed to understand the importance of the moment. They stepped onto that wooden deck, leaving behind a world vanishing in watery chaos. For those watching, tears mixed with rain. The sight was nothing short of miraculous. The Ark wasn't just a boat. It was a promise that life would continue. It was a sanctuary where the past could be washed away, making room for new beginnings. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation and anxiety. Families huddled together, their fingers entwined, each pulse resonating with the rhythm of hope. They shared stories of the old world, the laughter, the love, the dreams that had been. The Ark cradled not just bodies but memories and aspirations. Here, they would forge a new story, one that would rise from the ashes of the old like a phoenix reborn. But the journey was not without its trials. The storm howled like a beast unleashed, and waves crashed against the Ark's sturdy frame. There were moments when doubt crept in, whispers of fear that gnawed at the edges of their hearts. Would they survive this deluge? Could hope withstand the relentless assault of despair? Yet, every time the Ark shuddered under the weight of the storm, it also reminded them of its strength. It was a testament to resilience, crafted not only from wood but from the unwavering spirit of those aboard. As days turned into weeks, the sense of renewal blossomed like the first flowers after a long winter. The sun finally broke through the dark clouds, casting a golden glow on the Ark, which floated on the tranquil waters. The storm had passed, and with it came a profound realization. They were alive. They had weathered the storm, and the world before them was ripe with possibility. Hope had not just survived. it had thrived against all odds. The ark became a symbol of rescue, not just from the flood, but from the shackles of fear that had bound them for so long. It was a place where forgiveness could flourish and where old wounds could begin to mend. Families grew closer, friendships blossomed, and the collective spirit of survival connected them in ways they had never imagined. Each day was a testament to their newfound strength, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there is light to be found. As the ark came to rest on solid ground, the thrill of what lay ahead pulsed through their veins. The world was different, transformed by the cleansing waters and the promise of a fresh start. They stepped off the wooden deck, feet meeting earth that had been washed clean, spirits unbound by the weight of the past. The air was fragrant with potential, filled with the sounds of new life. Birds chirped their songs of joy, and the sun warmed their skin as if welcoming them home. The ark, standing tall behind them, was now a monument of hope and renewal. It bore witness to their struggles, their fears, and their triumphs. It was a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming odds, faith could create something extraordinary. As they ventured into this new land, they carried with them the lessons learned aboard the ark, the courage to believe, the strength to endure, and the love that would bind them together. Yet, as they began to build their new lives, the shadows of the past lingered, whispering reminders of the chaos that once enveloped them. What would they do with this second chance? Would they honor the hope the ark had bestowed upon them, or would they allow fear to creep back in, as it so often does? The weight of expectation hung in the air, heavy yet invigorating. There was no turning back now. The path forward was theirs to carve. This journey of hope and renewal was only just beginning. As the ark stood sentinel in the distance, it became a symbol not only of rescue but of the endless possibilities that lay ahead. Each new dawn, a testament to the power of belief, the resilience of the human spirit, and the promise that after the storm, beauty can once again blossom from the depths of despair. With hearts ablaze and spirits unyielding, they stepped forward, ready to embrace whatever awaited them in the vast expanse of the future. The sky churned with dark clouds as the rain poured down in relentless sheets, transforming the earth into a muddied chaos that mirrored the turmoil within the hearts of men. Noah stood upon the deck of the ark, watching the world he once knew fade into the abyss, a world where righteousness had withered under the weight of corruption. His heart ached for the people who had laughed at him, who had scorned his warnings, yet their laughter was drowned out by the thundering of the storm. The winds howled like the cries of the lost, and all that remained was the silence of a moral lesson unheeded. In that moment of desperation, Noah's legacy began to take form, not just as a man of survival, but as a beacon of moral clarity for generations to come. He was not just a father to 3 sons. He became a father to an ethical framework that would guide humanity through the stormy seas of life. For in that ark, surrounded by pairs of every creature, Noah embodied hope against despair, righteousness against wickedness, and faith against doubt. The essence of his journey would ripple through the ages, shaping the moral compass of countless souls. As the floodwaters receded, the land emerged anew, and with it came the promise of a covenant. God placed a rainbow in the sky, signifying not just the end of a deluge, but a beginning, a new chapter for mankind. This was not merely a story of survival. It was a divine promise that morality would be restored, that justice would prevail, and that humanity would have a chance to choose the right path. The very air crackled with anticipation as the first drops of fresh rain fell upon the sunlit earth, a cleansing of the past and a hopeful embrace of the future. Across the ages, the tales of Noah would echo through the hearts of kings and commoners alike. In the ancient cities of Mesopotamia, where the Sumerians carved tablets that told of great floods and divine interventions, one could feel the weight of Noah's influence on ethical discourse. They were just beginning to grasp the idea that their actions mattered, that moral choices could shape destinies, not just for themselves but for their communities. The code of ethics blossomed, mirroring the teachings of Noah, as people recognized the purity of intention in their dealings with one another. Centuries later, in the thickets of the Hebrew Bible, Noah's story cemented itself as a foundation for moral teachings. The stories of his faithfulness and the tragic consequences of human folly were recounted in hushed tones around fires, invoking both respect and fear. With every recounting, wisdom slipped into the minds of the young and old alike, teaching that to live righteously required vigilance and courage, especially against a world that might tempt them to stray. In the bustling streets of Jerusalem, the legacy manifested in the call for justice and mercy. Rabbis, gathering in study halls, pondered the implications of Noah's covenant. His actions became a template, encouraging respect for life and the sanctity of creation. As they taught their students, the importance of kindness and the dangers of hubris echoed through the lessons. Just as Noah saved the innocent, they would say, so must we uphold justice, for our actions write the stories of our lives. But the ripples of Noah's moral legacy traveled beyond the realm of Judaism. In far-off lands, the Epic of Gilgamesh spoke of a great flood and a hero who had also survived. Across the sprawling empires of ancient civilizations, the themes of redemption and responsibility took root. Philosophers began to grapple with the ethical implications of Noah's story. They debated the nature of good and evil, the responsibilities that came with power, and the choices that defined humanity. The flood became a metaphor, representing the tumultuous waters of moral ambiguity that all men must navigate. The echoes of those ancient discussions forged the framework for modern ethics. As the Greeks and Romans turned their eyes toward the heavens, they too would reflect upon the lessons of humanity's past. The Stoics preached about virtue, about living in harmony with nature and society, urging individuals to act with integrity and honor, a lesson Noah had embodied long before. The legacy wove its way through the philosophical tapestry, reminding all of the great flood that swept away the wickedness of the world, pulling mankind toward a higher moral standard. As the centuries marched forward, the teachings of Noah found their way into the hearts of the faithful all over the globe. In the teachings of Jesus, the message of love and forgiveness intertwined with the principles that came forth from Noah's narrative. To whom much is given, much will be required, echoed the lessons of Noah, illustrating the weight of moral responsibility that lay in the hands of every individual. The story transcended cultures, finding a place in the sacred texts of many, each retelling adding layers to the fabric of ethical understanding. In every corner of the world, as families gathered around tables, the story of Noah was recounted again and again. Parents taught their children the value of kindness, the importance of standing up for what is right, and the courage it takes to weather a storm. Each child listened with wide eyes, absorbing the weight of their ancestors' choices, recognizing that their own actions would one day shape the future. The legacy of Noah thrummed with life, a heartbeat of morality that resonated through the ages. His name invoked not just a historical figure, but a symbol of hope, of resilience, of a world reborn. And just as the rain had once washed away the sins of the earth, so too would the lessons of Noah continue to cleanse the hearts of men, urging them toward a path of righteousness. Yet, even as the stories spread, the shadows of human nature lurked nearby. Challenges emerged, questions arose about humanity's capacity for good in a world that often felt chaotic and unfair. The struggle between light and dark persisted, and with it came the realization that while Noah's legacy offered guidance, the choice still lay with each individual. As thunder rumbled softly in the distance, both a reminder of the past and a whisper of future storms to come, the tension between morality and ethics hung heavy in the air. The legacy of Noah was not simply a tale of survival. It was a call to action, a reminder that the choices made today ripple into tomorrow. And outside the walls of history, men and women continued to grapple with those very choices, searching for meaning in the echoes of a voice long past, yet ever present in the whisper of the winds. As the storm clouds gather on the horizon, casting a shadow over the bustling city, a sense of urgency pulses through the air. People rush about their daily routines, unaware of the deluge that looms just beyond their grasp. In their hearts, a whisper of unease stirs, an echo of a tale as ancient as time itself. The story of Noah and his ark, once relegated to the pages of dusty history books, now resurfaces in the faces of those struggling with modern dilemmas. The ark was not merely a vessel. It was a lifeline, a sanctuary built from faith and hope. Today, the essence of that tale resonates in the frantic efforts of communities worldwide, rallying together to combat climate change, social injustice, and the degradation of our planet. In the eyes of young activists, the spirit of Noah lives on, urging them to build their own arks, spaces of safety, care, and unity amid the rising waters of despair. In a small coastal town, a group of teenagers huddles under the flickering light of a makeshift tent, their faces illuminated by the glow of cell phones. They're not waiting for a miracle. They are creating one. With each passionate plea for environmental justice and community resilience, they are weaving together a modern-day Arkansas. This gathering, pulsating with energy and emotion, becomes a beacon of hope. They share stories of local wildlife disappearing, the oceans rising, and the land that once nourished their families becoming barren. Each word, each tear, and each laugh echoes the journey of Noah's faithful crew, all united by a common purpose. Meanwhile, across the globe, in bustling cities and tranquil villages, the Ark metaphor expands. Farmers, educators, scientists, and artists join forces, turning their crafts and knowledge into vessels of change. Innovative thinkers plant seeds of sustainability. They create schools that teach children not only how to read and write, but also how to nurture the earth. These are the new generation of Noahs, building arcs of education, empowerment, and respect for the planet. Their resolve sends ripples through society, proving that the Ark has never been a mere story. It is a call to action. In boardrooms and living rooms, people engage in heated discussions about the future of their communities. The weight of responsibility hangs heavy in the air, yet it is accompanied by an undercurrent of hope. What if businesses could thrive while also lifting the community? What if the profits of today could be reinvested into the environment for tomorrow? The tension mounts as the realization dawns. The Ark is a blueprint for resilience. Every idea shared, every partnership formed is a nail driven into the wood of this new vessel, strong enough to weather any storm. As the sunset casts a golden hue over the horizon, a group of environmentalists stands on a hillside, watching the waves crash against the shore. They reminisce about the past while holding tightly to their dreams of a better tomorrow. With every word, they paint vivid pictures of what could be. A world where people live in harmony with nature, where the cries of endangered species are met with action and love, not indifference. The emotional weight of their aspirations hangs heavy in the air, yet each heartbeat is a reminder that they are not alone. The Ark, in its many forms, surrounds them, a powerful symbol of unity and hope. In urban jungles, artists wield their brushes and spray cans, giving voice to the voiceless. Murals depicting the Ark rise on building walls, vibrant colors representing the diverse creatures that inhabit this world. Each stroke tells a story, each image a testament to life's resilience. These creative warriors challenge society to remember the values of compassion and coexistence. They remind us that, just like Noah, we must act before the waters rise too high. And yet, the Ark's relevance stretches beyond environmental and social realms. In spaces where families gather, conversations grow heavy with the weight of mental health struggles, addiction, and despair. Communities step in as modern-day arks, providing support networks, safe havens where people can find refuge from the storms of life. The story of Noah becomes a metaphor for healing, an invitation to shelter one another, to listen, and to love. In these moments of vulnerability, the power of human connection shines brightly, illuminating the path forward. In a world that often feels divided, the Ark's story reminds us of our shared humanity. As we navigate the waves of uncertainty, the call to come together resonates louder than ever. Just as Noah gathered the animals of every kind, we too must embrace diversity in all its forms. It is through our differences that we find strength, understanding, and the ability to tackle the overwhelming challenges of today. With every effort to forge connections, to create positive change, and to uplift those around us, the Ark grows stronger. It is not merely a tale from the past. It is a living, breathing testament to hope and resilience. As the storm clouds swirl above, a flicker of light emerges in the distance. It is not the end but the beginning of a new chapter, where the spirit of Noah inspires countless hearts to rise together against the tides of adversity. In this modern landscape, the Ark becomes a profound symbol, pulsing with life and emotion, a testament to our ability to love, fight, and unite. As the waves crash and the winds howl, the story presses on, an invitation to step forward, to build, and to embrace the promise of tomorrow. The journey of hope continues, urging each of us to find our voice, to build our own ark, and to stand together in the face of whatever storms may come.